I'm a plumber and I'm on site for a job. And we got we're snaking a drain, and we've been pulling back. We probably pulled back about 10 pounds, 15 pounds of it looks like flesh type of stuff, meat. And we've been working at it for 3-4 hours now, right?
Oh, okay.
And we can't get it clear, but we keep pulling back chunks of whatever the hell it is.
On the morning of December 29, 2017, a plumber arrived at a quiet house in Oshawa, Ontario, expecting nothing more than a routine repair. The call had come from a couple living in the upstairs apartment who had recently begun noticing something strange in their home. First, the bathtub stopped draining properly. Then the smell started. At first it was faint, something they could almost ignore, but over the next few days it became impossible to overlook. A sour, rotting odor began rising from the pipes, filling the bathroom and slowly spreading through the apartment. Eventually, the couple decided it was time to call a plumber, and when the plumber pulled his cable down the drain, a thick clump of material came with it. Some of it looked like strands of hair. Other parts looked disturbingly fleshy. Later, the plumber would estimate that he had pulled somewhere between 10 and 15 pounds of this strange substance from the drain line. So, he called the police. When officers arrived at the house, they first spoke with the couple upstairs. The blockage, they said, had to be coming from somewhere else in the building. So, police walked down to the lower level of the house and knocked on the door. The man who lived there had been renting the basement for years, and when he opened the door, officers began asking questions about the plumbing issue upstairs. Before they could finish, the man raised his hands. Then he calmly said something that none of them expected. "Okay, you got me. The jig is up. It's a body. If you want the rest of her, it's in my freezer." And what police discovered inside that basement apartment would shock the entire city of Oshawa. Because the evidence inside that small apartment didn't just point to one death. It suggested that the man standing in front of them might have been responsible for crimes that stretched back nearly a decade.
Okay, how much of her body did you guys get back? Obviously the entire skeletal structure, right?
Well, obviously whatever was in the house.
Yes, in the freezer.
Yes.
And how much of it were you able to pull out of the pipes?
Quite a bit. It was bad luck.
But before we begin, if you find this video interesting, please give it a like at the end and tell me what you think about the case. It really helps the channel. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from. And don't forget to subscribe for more. Thank you. This video is created solely for educational and documentary purposes. It does not endorse, glorify, or condone any of the criminal actions or individuals described in this case. Viewer discretion is advised. But to understand why the discovery inside that house shocked so many people, it helps to first understand the place where it happened. The city was Oshawa, Ontario, a community sitting along the northern shoreline of Lake Ontario, roughly 60 kilometers east of Toronto. For many Canadians, Oshawa had long been known as a working city, the kind of place built around industry and steady employment rather than chaos or headlines. As the decades passed, Oshawa evolved into one of the most important manufacturing centers in the country, and at the heart of that transformation stood General Motors. The company established operations there in the early days of Canada's automotive industry, and over time the factories grew into massive facilities that employed thousands of workers. But Oshawa was more than just factories and assembly lines. Along its southern edge lay the waterfront of Lake Ontario, a stretch of shoreline where residents could walk along the harbor, fish from the docks, or watch boats move slowly across the water. And statistically, the city had earned that reputation. Oshawa consistently reported lower crime rates than many surrounding regions, and its employment levels remained strong thanks to its industrial backbone and growing educational institutions. People moved there because it felt stable, it felt safe. So when news eventually spread about what had been discovered inside that basement apartment on McMillan Drive, the reaction across the city was immediate. For investigators, however, the discovery of human remains inside that apartment marked only the beginning of a much larger story. Because once police confirmed the identity of the young woman found inside the freezer, they realized that the case was not simply about what had happened in that house in December of 2017. Instead, it was connected to a much longer timeline, one that reached back through years of unanswered questions and missing persons reports. And at the center of that timeline was a young woman whose life had already begun to drift into dangerous territory long before anyone knew how her story would end. Her name was Rory Chantel Hush. Rory Chantel Hash was born in June of 1999, and from the beginning, the people closest to her remembered a child who carried a surprising amount of energy and personality for someone so young. Her mother, Shannon Dion, raised her in Oshawa, and like many parents, she quickly noticed that Rory had a curious mind and a strong sense of independence. But Rory's family background was also somewhat unusual, and that history often drew attention when people later began discussing her story. She came from a family with ties to the biker world, something that had shaped parts of her upbringing. Her grandfather, Bernie Gwindon, had founded the Satan's Choice Motorcycle Club, one of the most well-known biker groups in Canada, and over the years, other relatives had maintained connections within that culture. One of her uncles was reportedly associated with the Hells Angels. Those connections sometimes made people assume things about the family from the outside, but those who actually knew Rory said her childhood was far more ordinary than people might imagine. Inside the home, she was simply a kid growing up in Oshawa, going to school, making friends, and trying to figure out who she wanted to become. During her early teenage years, she began showing signs that she had real potential. Teachers noticed that she could focus when she wanted to, and that she often picked things up quickly. That determination showed itself most clearly when she joined the Royal Canadian Army Cadets program. The cadets gave her structure, discipline, and a place where she could challenge herself, and she seemed to thrive in that environment. At just 13 years old, Rory was awarded Cadet of the Year in her local unit, a recognition that reflected not only her performance, but also her leadership and dedication. For a while, things seemed to be heading in the right direction. But somewhere around that same period, something began to shift. Friends later said that drugs entered her life during those early teenage years, and once that door opened, it became difficult to close again. Began to take hold, and the addiction that followed started pulling her further away from the stability she once had. As the drug use grew worse, the arguments at home increased. Rory would sometimes disappear for days at a time, leaving her mother terrified about where she might be or who she might be with. And eventually, she turned to sex work as a way to fund her habits and get through those difficult stretches. For Shannon Dion, watching this happen was devastating. She tried repeatedly to help her daughter find a way back to stability. She sought outside support, reached out to intervention programs, and did everything she could to convince Rory to accept the help that was available. Then, slowly, those signs began to turn into real changes. Over time, Rory started making decisions that suggested she was trying to rebuild her life. The path forward was far from perfect, and there were still struggles along the way. But for the first time in a while, the people closest to her began to believe that things might actually be improving. But sometime in 2017, something started to change, and the people around her began to notice it. Rory had managed to get a place of her own, a small apartment that represented something she hadn't had in quite a while: stability. Around the same time, she began reconnecting with education. Rory enrolled in courses that would allow her to continue working toward a high school diploma, something she had once been on track to achieve before drugs and instability disrupted everything. Her personal life also seemed to be stabilizing. She had started seeing a man named Tony, and the relationship appeared serious enough that family members were aware of it. Then one day she approached someone she trusted deeply, her Aunt Michelle, and shared something that was clearly weighing on her mind. Rory told her that she thought she might be pregnant. It wasn't something she had expected, and it wasn't something she fully understood yet, so the two of them decided to find out for sure. Together they went out and bought a pregnancy test, and the moment they returned, they prepared to take it. When the result appeared, it confirmed what she had suspected. The test was positive, and Rory was pregnant. For some people in her situation, the news might have felt overwhelming or even frightening, but according to those close to her, Rory responded in a way that surprised them. She decided that she wanted to keep the baby. But just as that fragile sense of hope started forming, something else happened that shook the family again. Not long after Rory discovered she was pregnant, tragedy struck in a way that no one had expected, and the fragile progress she had begun to make suddenly faced a new and devastating challenge. The house where her mother, Shannon Dion, had been living suddenly caught fire, and the blaze spread quickly enough that by the time firefighters managed to bring it under control, the damage had already been done. Inside the home, one of the family's dogs died in the fire, and the loss alone was painful enough. But the situation became even worse when Shannon herself had to be taken to the hospital. For Rory, the fire felt like yet another blow in a life that had already been full of instability, and the stress of seeing her mother injured and their home damaged weighed heavily on her. Then, only a short time after the fire, a day arrived that would become the final moment anyone could clearly place Rory H. alive. It was August 29th, 2017, and at some point during that day, Rory began experiencing what people around her described as a mental health episode. Exactly what triggered it was never completely clear, but those who were with her could see that she was distressed and needed help. A friend and the friend's mother decided that the safest option would be to take her to the hospital, so they drove her there and walked with her inside. For a short while, they remained with her in the waiting room, hoping that medical staff would soon be able to see her and help stabilize the situation. Hospitals can be slow during busy hours, however, and after some time passed without immediate attention, the friend and the friend's mother eventually stepped away. They expected that Rory would remain in the waiting area until a doctor or nurse called her name. But that was not what happened. Instead, after sitting alone for a while, Rory stood up from her seat. Hospital security cameras later showed her walking through the hallway and toward the exit. The footage captured her leaving the building and stepping outside, and that brief recording would later become one of the most important pieces of information investigators had about her final movements. Because once she walked out of that hospital, no one could say for certain where she went. At first, her absence did not immediately trigger alarm bells. Rory had disappeared temporarily before, and people who knew her were used to periods when she would drift away and then reappear a few days later. But as the hours passed, and then the days, something about this disappearance began to feel different. Her guidance counselor at school noticed that she had not returned to classes and eventually contacted authorities to express concern. Around the same time, her mother Shannon also realized that something was wrong and filed a missing person report. Once police became involved, searches began across Oshawa, with officers trying to trace her last known movements and locate anyone who might have seen her after she left the hospital. But despite those efforts, there were no clear leads. Days continued to pass without any sign of Rory. Then, roughly 2 weeks after she vanished, a discovery was made in the waters of Lake Ontario that would change the entire investigation and reveal that something far more disturbing had happened to the young woman who had walked out of that hospital. On the morning of September 11th, 2017, the water at Oshawa Harbor looked calm and ordinary. The kind of quiet scene that people in the city were used to seeing along the Lake Ontario shoreline. The harbor had always been a peaceful place where residents came to walk along the docks, launch small boats, or spend time fishing along the edge of the water. That morning was no different, and among the people enjoying the quiet were an 11-year-old boy and his grandfather who had come down to the harbor to fish together. They stood along the edge of the water casting their lines when something unusual began to drift across the surface of the harbor. At first, it appeared to be just another object floating in the water, and neither of them thought much about it. Debris sometimes washed into the harbor from the lake, and it wasn't uncommon to see pieces of wood or garbage drifting near the shoreline. But the object continued moving slowly toward them, carried by the gentle movement of the water, and as it came closer, they began to notice that its shape looked strange. The boy later explained that at first they thought it might have been a dead animal. However, as the object came nearer and the details became clearer, the realization started to settle in. It was human. Floating in the water was the torso of a young woman. There were no arms attached to the body, and there were no legs either. The head was missing as well, leaving only the central portion of the body drifting in the harbor water. The discovery was so shocking that it took a moment for the boy and his grandfather to fully process what they were seeing. Once they did, they immediately contacted authorities. Police arrived at the harbor shortly afterward, and the quiet waterfront quickly transformed into an active crime scene. Officers secured the area while investigators carefully recovered the remains from the water. Even during the earliest examination, it was clear that the body had not entered the lake naturally. They were dealing with a homicide. As the investigation began, police searched the surrounding area of the harbor and the nearby sections of Lake Ontario, hoping they might locate additional remains that could help identify the victim and provide clues about what had happened. Boats moved slowly across the water while officers combed the shoreline and nearby areas, but despite their efforts, nothing else was found. For investigators, that created an immediate challenge. Without the victim's head, arms, or legs, identifying the person would be much more difficult. They had a torso, but very little else to work with. The remains were transported for forensic examination, and specialists began the process of extracting whatever information they could from the evidence available.
And dismembered, somebody killed a woman and dumped her remains. We are live over the Oshawa Harbor. Good evening. The busy spot along the waterfront is now a disturbing crime scene.
The discovery made by a fisherman and his grandson. They saw a torso in the water.
Lots of questions tonight, very few answers. Who was this woman? Where did she come from? Who wanted her dead?
For weeks, the identity of the young woman remained unknown. Police examined missing persons reports and searched for any clues that might connect the remains to someone who had recently disappeared, but there was no immediate answer.
Difficult for our investigators to try to come up with an identification with very little. So I know that we'll obviously have to rely on scientific methods, whether it's DNA, other things that the pathologist might be able to.
Then forensic testing finally produced a breakthrough. DNA analysis allowed investigators to match the remains to a missing person report that had been filed not long before the discovery. The victim was an 18-year-old woman from Oshawa who had vanished after leaving a hospital just weeks earlier. Her name was Rory Chantel Hash. For Rory's family, the confirmation brought a devastating answer to the question they had been asking since the day she disappeared. They now knew what had happened to her, but the discovery created an even darker mystery. Because if Rory's torso had been dumped in Lake Ontario, someone had clearly been responsible for her death. And at that moment, investigators still had no idea who that person might be. At the time, investigators were still trying to piece together what had happened to Rory H. There was a man living quietly in Oshawa whose name had not yet appeared anywhere in the investigation. His name was Adam Jeffrey Strong, and for most people in the neighborhood where he lived, he was simply the quiet tenant who rented the basement apartment in a house on a residential street. Adam Strong had been born in 1972 in the city of Cornwall, Ontario, a community several hours away from Oshawa. Like many people who eventually settled in the Greater Toronto area, he had moved west over the years and eventually found himself living in Oshawa. By the time the events surrounding Rory's disappearance unfolded, Strong had already spent a long time in the same place. His address was 19 McMillan Drive, and he had been renting the basement apartment there for roughly 14 years. To most people who encountered him casually, Adam Strong did not immediately stand out. He was not someone who attracted a great deal of attention in public, and he tended to keep to himself most of the time. Neighbors later described him as quiet, almost withdrawn, the type of person who came and went without drawing much notice. He rarely socialized with people nearby, and few residents on the street could say they knew him well. His employment history was equally unremarkable. At various points, he had worked as a gas station attendant, a job that allowed him to get by but did not place him in any particularly visible role in the community. On occasion, he also picked up work providing security on film sets, a type of temporary job that sometimes brought him small bursts of income but did not involve long-term commitments. From the outside, his life appeared simple and somewhat solitary. Strong also had a few hobbies that suggested he enjoyed spending time alone. He owned a small boat and liked being out on the water when he had the opportunity, and he had shown an interest in scuba diving, something that allowed him to explore beneath the surface of lakes and rivers. To someone who only knew him casually, these interests might have seemed like ordinary pastimes for a man living near Lake Ontario, but there were people who had seen a different side of Adam Strong, and their experiences painted a far more troubling picture. Some of the women who had spent time with him later described behavior that they found disturbing. They said Strong could be controlling in relationships and that he sometimes pushed boundaries during intimate encounters in ways that made them uncomfortable. Several of them recalled that he seemed fascinated with restraints and power dynamics during sex, and at least one former partner said that Strong had choked her during sexual activity. The woman explained that the behavior had frightened her enough that she eventually distanced herself from him. Those accounts never turned into formal complaints, and no one filed charges related to those incidents. As a result, there was nothing in Adam Strong's official history that suggested he had ever been involved in violent crime. He had no criminal record, and law enforcement had never opened an investigation into his behavior. At least, that was the situation until the day a plumber was called to his address to deal with a clogged drain. Because when police eventually knocked on the door of that basement apartment at 19 McMillan Drive, the quiet man who had lived there for more than a decade suddenly became the center of one of the most disturbing investigations the city of Oshawa had ever seen. By late December of 2017, the house at 19 McMillan Drive was beginning to experience a problem that at first seemed minor, the kind of everyday issue that happens in older homes where plumbing systems have been used for years. The tenants living in the upstairs apartment had started noticing that their bathtub drain was no longer working properly. Water would pool in the tub instead of draining away, and even when it eventually disappeared, it did so slowly and unevenly. At first, they assumed it was something simple, maybe a buildup of soap residue or hair that had accumulated over time. That kind of blockage was common enough, so they tried the usual home solutions and waited to see if the problem would resolve itself. But instead of getting better, the situation began to change in a way that made them uncomfortable. A smell started coming from the pipes. At the beginning, it was faint, something they noticed only when standing close to the bathroom drain. But as the days passed, the odor grew stronger and began spreading through the apartment. It was not the typical smell of a clogged drain filled with soap or food waste. This odor was heavier, sour, and rotten, the kind of smell that lingered in the air even after windows were opened. Because the house had two separate living spaces, the upstairs tenants began wondering whether the problem might be affecting the basement unit as well. So they spoke to the man living downstairs, Adam Strong, and asked whether he had noticed anything unusual with his plumbing. Strong listened to them and suggested that he might be able to take a look at the problem himself. It was a small house after all, and sometimes tenants tried to fix simple issues before bringing in outside help. But the days went by and nothing changed. The drain still refused to empty properly, and the smell from the pipes continued getting worse. Eventually, the tenants decided they had waited long enough, and instead of trying to deal with the issue themselves, they contacted a professional plumber to come inspect the system. The plumber arrived on the morning of December 29, 2017, expecting to deal with what appeared to be a routine drainage problem. When he entered the house, however, the smell immediately caught his attention. Even before he started working, he could tell that something inside the pipes was decomposing, and the odor was stronger than anything he would normally expect from a simple clog. Still, the job itself seemed straightforward. He removed the drain cover and began feeding a long metal cable, known as a drain snake, down into the plumbing line. The tool was designed to travel through the pipe until it reached the blockage, where it could break apart whatever material was causing the obstruction. As he worked, Adam Strong remained nearby. The plumber later recalled that Strong appeared unusually tense while the work was being done. He paced around the room, occasionally stepping closer to watch the progress, and then moving away again. From time to time, he asked questions about how long the job might take or how severe the blockage might be, and although those questions were not unusual on their own, the plumber sensed a nervous energy in the way Strong behaved. Meanwhile, the snake continued moving deeper into the pipe. For a while, nothing happened, and the plumber kept feeding the cable forward while turning the handle, trying to catch the material that was blocking the drain. Eventually, the tool snagged onto something. When he began pulling the snake back out, material came with it. At first, it appeared to be hair, tangled around the end of the cable. But as more of the snake emerged from the pipe, the material changed. Small fragments of bone began appearing in the clump that had collected on the cable. Then pieces of flesh followed. The plumber paused and stared at what had come out of the drain. He continued pulling the snake upward, and more of the same material emerged from the pipe. Hair, bone fragments, tissue. The pile in the bucket beside him began growing larger with every rotation of the cable. By the time he stopped working, he later estimated that he had removed somewhere between 10 and 15 pounds of material from the drain line. At that point, the job no longer looked like a routine plumbing issue. The plumber stepped away from the bathroom and contacted his boss, explaining what he had found and describing the strange material that had been coming out of the pipes. His supervisor listened carefully and quickly reached the same conclusion that the plumber himself had begun to suspect. Whatever was inside that drain was not something a plumber should be handling alone. So the plumber set down his tools, picked up his phone once again, and contacted the police.
Communications.
Hi there, how are you?
Good, you?
Good, thanks. I'm a plumber and I'm on site for a job, and we're snaking a drain, and we've been pulling back. We probably pulled back about 10 pounds, 15 pounds of it looks like flesh type of stuff, meat. And we've been working at it for 3-4 hours now, right?
Oh, okay.
And we can't get it clear, but we keep pulling back chunks of whatever the hell it is.
When police arrived at the house on McMillan Drive that afternoon, the situation was still unclear, but the officers knew enough to take the call seriously. The plumber had already explained what he had pulled from the drain line, and although no one wanted to jump to conclusions, The material he described suggested that something far more disturbing than a simple plumbing issue might be involved. The officers began by speaking with the tenants who lived in the upstairs apartment, the couple who had originally reported the clogged drain. When officers asked whether they had flushed anything unusual down the drain, the tenants were quick to say no. Nothing about their daily routines could explain the amount of organic material the plumber had recovered. Then the officers asked another question. Was there anyone else in the house who might have access to the plumbing system? The answer, of course, was yes. There was another tenant living downstairs in the basement apartment, a man who had been renting that space for years. His name was Adam Strong. So the officers walked down toward the basement unit and knocked on the door. When the door opened, they were standing face to face with the quiet tenant who had lived there for more than a decade. But what happened next immediately changed the tone of the entire encounter. Before the officers could even begin asking detailed questions, Adam Strong raised his hands. Then he spoke. "Okay, you got me," he said calmly. "The jig is up. It's a body." The officers paused for a moment, processing what they had just heard. It was not the kind of statement anyone expected during a routine visit to investigate a clogged drain, but Strong was not finished speaking. He continued, almost matter-of-factly, "If you want the rest of her, it's in my freezer." With those words, the situation inside the house shifted instantly from confusion to confirmation. Whatever had been blocking the pipes upstairs was no longer a mystery, and the officers now had probable cause to enter the apartment and begin securing the scene. They stepped inside. The first thing that hit them was the smell. It was heavy and suffocating, the kind of odor that suggested decomposition had been present for some time. The apartment itself was cluttered, with garbage and belongings scattered around the rooms in a way that made the space feel cramped and chaotic. The conditions alone were unpleasant, but the officers knew they were not there to inspect housekeeping. They were there to locate the freezer. As they moved deeper into the apartment, they quickly realized that the confession Strong had just given them was not an exaggeration. What they would soon discover inside that small basement unit would confirm that the remains clogging the pipes upstairs were only a portion of a much larger and far more disturbing crime. Trash had accumulated throughout the living space, forming piles that had clearly been left untouched for some time. Empty containers, food packaging, and random household items were scattered across the floors and surfaces, while old dishes and rotting food had been left out long enough to attract insects. Grease stains covered parts of the kitchen area, and the overall condition of the apartment suggested that cleaning and maintenance had not been a priority for a long time. Because so much of the floor was covered in debris, narrow walking paths had formed through the clutter, small corridors where someone living there had gradually pushed items aside just enough to move from one room to another. Officers followed those paths carefully as they began surveying the apartment, taking note of anything that might help them understand what had been happening inside the basement unit. Then they reached the bathroom. Almost immediately they noticed something unusual. The toilet had been removed from its position, leaving the exposed plumbing visible where the fixture should have been. For investigators who had already been told about the material found in the pipes upstairs, that detail raised obvious questions. It suggested that someone in the apartment had been accessing the plumbing system directly. From there, the officers continued moving through the small space until they reached the bedroom, and that was where they found the freezer. The appliance sat against the wall, appearing at first glance like any ordinary chest freezer someone might use to store food. But given what Adam Strong had already admitted when officers knocked on his door, everyone in the room understood that the contents of that freezer were unlikely to be ordinary. When investigators opened it, they found multiple garbage bags inside. Those bags did not contain food. Instead, they contained human remains. As officers carefully began examining the contents, it became clear that the body inside the freezer had been dismembered. The remains were separated into pieces and stored inside plastic bags that had been placed into the freezer in an attempt to slow decomposition. Investigators worked methodically to document what they were seeing, and among the remains they found something that would later help confirm the victim's identity. One of the body parts bore a tattoo. The tattoo read a single word: alive. Family members of Rory Hotch would later confirm that this tattoo belonged to her, and the discovery inside that freezer provided investigators with the evidence they needed to connect the remains directly to the young woman whose torso had been recovered weeks earlier from Lake Ontario. But the freezer was only part of what investigators found inside the apartment. As they continued searching the basement unit, they began noticing signs that violence had taken place throughout the space. Blood evidence appeared in several locations, including splatters on the walls and even on the ceiling of the bedroom. Additional stains were found along the staircase area, suggesting that whatever had happened inside the apartment had not been contained to a single spot. Officers also located a bag containing a pair of sneakers that were later identified as belonging to Rory.
Once again confirming that they have found the remains of 18-year-old Rory Hache, the latest inside a basement apartment inside this Oshawa home. This after the teen's torso was found in the Oshawa Lakeshore nearly 5 months ago. On December 29th, a citizen alerted police after finding more remains in this basement.
Meanwhile, the search of the apartment continued to uncover other disturbing items. Investigators found several knives that appeared capable of cutting through bone and tissue. They also discovered objects that suggested Strong had an interest in restraint during sexual encounters, including bondage devices and various sex toys. Then officers came across something even more dangerous. Inside the apartment, they found what appeared to be a pipe bomb. The device was treated as an active threat, and officers quickly secured the area while a specialized bomb squad was called in to deal with it. The team arrived, assessed the device, and eventually detonated it safely outside the residence to eliminate the risk. At the same time, investigators were expanding their search beyond the apartment itself. Not far from the house, police located an 18-foot boat that belonged to Adam Strong. The vessel immediately caught their attention because investigators had already been working to understand how Rory's torso ended up floating in Lake Ontario weeks earlier. If someone had wanted to transport remains into the water without attracting attention, a small boat would have provided an effective way to do it. So the boat was seized as evidence.
This did, however, allow investigators to bring him in for interrogation, but sadly, he wouldn't give much away. Although he was interviewed for around an hour, it was with very limited success. He remained coy with any details, and even refused to engage with the officers beyond more than just basic questions. However, thankfully, this wouldn't be the only time he was interviewed.
By that point, police had gathered enough information to place Adam Strong under arrest. He was taken into custody as investigators continued documenting the scene and collecting evidence that would later be used in court. However, despite the horrifying discoveries inside the apartment, the initial charges against Strong were surprisingly limited, because although investigators had found clear evidence that he had dismembered Rory H's body, they still needed additional proof to demonstrate exactly how she had died and whether Strong had been responsible for her death itself. Until those questions could be answered, the legal case against him remained incomplete, even though the scene inside that basement apartment had already revealed one of the most disturbing crime scenes the city of Oshawa had ever encountered. So when Adam Strong was formally charged, the initial accusation against him reflected the limits of what investigators could immediately prove. The charge was indignity to a dead body, a criminal offense that applied when someone treated human remains in a disrespectful or unlawful manner. However, the indignity charge did not mean that police believed the case ended there. In fact, most of the detectives working on the investigation were already convinced that the events inside the apartment had involved far more than the improper handling of a body. While Strong remained in custody, investigators continued combing through the evidence they had collected from the apartment. Every item seized during the search was carefully documented and sent for analysis. As those forensic tests began coming back, the picture slowly became clearer. Yet the most significant development came from something investigators had already collected during the original search of the apartment. Among the many objects recovered from Strong's kitchen was a knife. But when forensic specialists examined the blade more closely, they found biological material that had not yet been identified, so the knife was sent for DNA testing. And when the results came back, investigators realized that the case they were working on had just become far more complicated, because the DNA found on that knife did not belong to Rory H. Instead, it belonged to another young woman, a woman who had been missing for nearly 10 years. Her name was Candace Fitzpatrick, and by the time investigators discovered her DNA inside Adam Strong's apartment, she had already been missing for nearly a decade. Candace had been just 19 years old when she disappeared back in 2008, and like many young people whose lives slowly slip into instability, her story had unfolded quietly at first, without the kind of immediate attention that often surrounds high-profile disappearances. Those who knew her described a young woman who had been struggling for some time. She battled addiction, and that struggle made it difficult for her to maintain a stable place to live. At different points, she found herself drifting between temporary housing arrangements and periods of homelessness, trying to navigate a life that had grown increasingly unpredictable. To support herself during those difficult stretches, Candace sometimes turned to sex work. The last confirmed sighting of her came in 2008, when she was seen walking toward a shopping mall. At the time, there was nothing about that moment that immediately suggested something was wrong. For those who knew her, Candace sometimes disappeared for short periods before resurfacing days later, so when she didn't return right away, the people around her did not immediately assume the worst. But as the days turned into weeks and then into months, the silence began to feel heavier. Her father, Bill Fitzpatrick, refused to sit back and wait for answers. Instead, he took matters into his own hands and began searching for his daughter throughout Oshawa and nearby areas. But the search produced nothing. The absence of clear information made the situation painfully uncertain, and because Candace had experienced periods of instability in the past, the urgency surrounding her disappearance did not immediately escalate the way it might have in other cases. In fact, her disappearance was not formally reported to police until 2010, nearly 2 years after she had last been seen. By that point, the trail had already grown cold. Then, nearly 10 years after Candace Fitzpatrick vanished, her name suddenly resurfaced in the middle of another investigation. Because forensic testing revealed that her DNA had been found on a knife inside Adam Strong's apartment, detectives realized that the quiet man living in the basement on McMillan Drive might not have been connected to just one victim. He might have been connected to two.
We've examined to this point. We have located the remains of Rory and her DNA in the residence, and now the DNA of this unknown female in the residence at this point. The other remaining missing female at the time was identified as Candace Fitzpatrick from the Oshawa area. Family had reported to the DRPS in 2010 concerns of her not having been seen since 2008, and she was 18 years old at the time.
I felt right from the get-go that this was a seasoned person that has done this before, because my daughter was tough. She was very tough, and she would not have been an easy catch for anybody to handle, you know what I mean? So I knew he knew what he was doing. I had a feeling.
So Strong was brought back in for another interrogation, this time led by Durham Regional Police Detective Paul Mitten, an experienced investigator who understood that cases like this often required patience rather than aggression.
Wendy's triple.
Yeah, that's doable.
No pickles. Iced tea, no ice. Two, their value, spicy chicken wraps, and a grilled chicken Caesar salad.
Okay.
Is that outrageous?
No, that's doable.
Is there any way I can get a cigarette?
Anyway,
What smoke is this? Oh! And a ranch and a Caesar? Oh my God, thank you. I don't know how appropriate this is, but I'd like you to pass on to her mother and her father my condolences.
The interview would eventually stretch to nearly 12 hours, and throughout that time, Mitten and other detectives used a strategy designed to keep Strong talking.
Obviously, the entire skeletal structure, right?
Well, we obviously, whatever was in the house.
Yes, in the freezer.
Yes.
And how much of it were you able to pull out of the pipes?
Quite a bit. It was bad luck.
Yeah, that's what I tell people. They're like, you're stupid. I'm like, you kidding me?
Well,
that's an awesome way.
Yeah.
I just got greedy, that's all.
So, the 24th is when you start this. You said Christmas Eve.
Yes.
Are you doing this while it's frozen, or is it partially defrosted?
Completely defrosted.
Okay. Now that would take several hours, wouldn't it?
No, not bathtub full of hot water.
Oh, okay. Like within a couple hours?
I wouldn't wager. I had to fill the bathtub up a few times at that
To
time.
keep the water hot?
Yes.
Gotcha.
I don't know if I should really be talking about that, but ultimately you do have me on the... There's no getting around that.
Yep.
During that long session, Strong admitted several critical details about what had happened inside his apartment. He acknowledged that he had dismembered Rory H's body after she died, and he described the process in a way that made it clear he had carried out the act himself. He also confirmed that he had transported her torso to Lake Ontario and dumped it into the water, an admission that helped explain how the remains ended up floating in Oshawa Harbor weeks earlier. Then he explained something else investigators had already suspected.
How you doing? Good, you? Meh, had better days. Do you see how upset I am?
No. You're pretty calm. Under the circumstances, I'm a little concerned how calm you are.
There's no way of getting around that I chopped her up. There's no way. Okay. And I understand that.
We weren't wondering if you chopped her up.
It's obvious that I did, yeah.
If not for... Apparently the plumbing was all f***ed up in that house. That aided in...
My capture?
And your capture.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, I was sitting down in my basement after the plumbers left, and I was like, am I going to get away with this? I don't know. Should I leave now?
How much longer before it was...
It was all done in one evening.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Like, this was all one piece, and then this was all one piece?
I couldn't... Yeah,
really?
Sorry, man. I don't remember.
Really?
Yeah, it wasn't important to me, man. She's definitely deceased.
Yes.
Yes.
And you clearly have said, yeah, and I disposed of her.
Yes.
Yes.
Tried to. But unfortunately was foiled by inadequate plumbing.
Yeah.
And that's a freaking shame.
He admitted that he had attempted to dispose of additional body parts by flushing them down the toilet in his apartment, which connected directly to the horrifying discovery that the plumber had made months later when he pulled human tissue from the pipes. But even while acknowledging all of that, Strong carefully avoided one crucial admission. He would not say that he had killed Rory H. The distinction might sound absurd to anyone hearing it for the first time, but in legal terms, it was an important difference. Admitting to dismemberment could result in serious charges, but admitting to murder would carry far more severe consequences. Later in the interrogation, detectives confronted Strong with the other major piece of evidence they had uncovered, the DNA belonging to Candace Fitzpatrick that had been found on a knife in his kitchen. Mitten explained that the discovery suggested Candace might have met the same fate as Rory, and he asked Strong directly about the presence of her DNA inside the apartment. Strong responded with another comment that stunned the investigators listening in the room. "That was a procrastination issue on me," he said. "All I had to do was boil it." The statement was vague, but the implication was disturbing. It suggested that Strong believed he could have eliminated the evidence if he had taken additional steps to destroy it. As investigators continued analyzing the evidence collected from the apartment, they discovered another detail that only deepened the mystery surrounding Strong. At some point during the investigation, officers noticed that he often wore a chain around his neck. Hanging from that chain were 3 rings. When police examined the jewelry more closely, they learned that 2 of those rings had belonged to the women already connected to the case. One had belonged to Rory H. Another had belonged to Candace Fitzpatrick. The discovery was unsettling enough on its own, but it was the 3rd ring that raised even more questions. No one could immediately determine where that ring had come from or who it might have belonged to. For investigators already dealing with 2 victims whose lives had intersected with Adam Strong, the presence of that unidentified ring opened the door to a frightening possibility. If 2 of the rings had belonged to confirmed victims, then the 3rd might represent someone else entirely. And that possibility forced detectives to begin asking a question they had not wanted to consider. Was it possible that Adam Strong had more victims than anyone realized?
I'm Pam Seidel outside the Oshawa courthouse. Gruesome details emerged here this morning on this, the first day of the first-degree murder trial of Adam Strong. The Oshawa man is charged with killing 2 teenagers nearly a decade apart. The family and friends of one of the victims, Rory H., could only sit and listen in horror as the Crown described how the body parts of the young woman were found in garbage bags inside the home of the accused.
The trial finally began in September of 2020 at the Ontario Superior Court of Justice in Oshawa, and unlike many high-profile criminal trials, this one would not be decided by a jury. Instead, the case would be heard and decided by a judge alone. The responsibility for evaluating every piece of evidence and determining the outcome rested with Justice Joseph DeLuca. From the beginning, the prosecution presented a clear and disturbing theory about what had happened inside the basement apartment at 19 McMillan Drive. According to Crown prosecutors, Adam Strong had deliberately targeted vulnerable young women, individuals whose unstable circumstances made them easier to isolate and control. Both Rory Hatch and Candace Fitzpatrick had struggled with addiction and periods of homelessness, and prosecutors argued that Strong had taken advantage of those vulnerabilities to bring them into his apartment. In Rory's case, the prosecution believed that the encounter may have initially appeared consensual, possibly involving sex work, but that the situation had turned violent once she was inside the apartment. Evidence presented during the trial suggested that Strong had restrained Rory during the encounter, using items found in the apartment that indicated an interest in bondage and domination. Once she was restrained, prosecutors argued Strong had struck her repeatedly in the head with a hammer or a similar blunt object, ultimately causing her death. Afterward, they said, Strong had dismembered her body inside the apartment and attempted to dispose of the remains over time. The torso had been dumped in Lake Ontario using his boat, while other body parts had been stored in the freezer or flushed down the plumbing system. The defense presented a very different version of events. Strong's lawyers argued that although he had admitted to dismembering Rory's body, that act alone did not prove he had caused her death. They suggested that it was possible Rory had died from a drug overdose while inside the apartment, and that Strong had panicked afterward. According to the defense, the decision to dispose of the body in such a gruesome manner had been the result of fear rather than murder. The trial then turned into a careful examination of evidence, with prosecutors and defense lawyers presenting competing interpretations of what investigators had found inside the apartment. Investigators also introduced phone location data, which showed that Strong's phone had been in the area of Oshawa Harbor around the time when Rory's torso was believed to have been dumped into Lake Ontario. That information strengthened the prosecution's claim that Strong himself had transported the remains to the water. Perhaps some of the most powerful testimony came from women who had previously known Adam Strong. During the trial, 5 different women took the stand and described their experiences with him. Their accounts painted a troubling picture of a man who often exhibited controlling behavior during intimate encounters. Several of them described situations where Strong had used restraints or engaged in aggressive acts during sex, behavior that prosecutors argued demonstrated a pattern consistent with the events that led to Rory's death. As the trial progressed, Justice DeLuca listened to weeks of testimony and carefully reviewed the evidence presented by both sides. On March 16, 2021, the court finally delivered its decision. Justice Joseph DeLuca found Adam Strong guilty of first-degree murder in the death of Rory Hatch. He also found Strong guilty of manslaughter in the death of Candace Fitzpatrick. Adam Strong was sentenced to life imprisonment with no possibility of parole for 25 years for the first-degree murder of Rory Hatch. In addition to that sentence, he received 18 years for the manslaughter conviction in the death of Candace Fitzpatrick, although the sentences would be served concurrently. During the hearing, members of both families addressed the court, and their statements revealed the depth of the loss they had endured. Candace Fitzpatrick's sister spoke about the life that had been taken away from her sibling and the experiences that would never happen. "You took away so many experiences from her," she said. Candace's father, Bill Fitzpatrick, described the years he had spent searching for answers after his daughter disappeared. For him, the court's decision finally confirmed what he had feared for a long time. "After all the years of searching," he said, "this was not the outcome I expected." Rory Hatch's mother, Shannon Dion, also addressed the court, and her statement captured the painful reality of everything her daughter would never have the chance to experience. "I will never see Rory fall in love, graduate school, be married, or have children," she said. With the sentence handed down, Adam Strong was taken away to begin serving the life term that would keep him behind bars for decades. But even as the legal process reached its conclusion, there was still one final chapter in the story that had yet to unfold. Candace Fitzpatrick had been missing since 2008, and although the court had concluded that Adam Strong was responsible for her death, investigators had never been able to locate her body. For years, that uncertainty had lingered, leaving her family without the kind of closure that comes from finally bringing a loved one home. Then, sometime in 2022, something unexpected happened inside the prison where Strong was being held. According to investigators, Strong provided information to prison staff that suggested he knew something about the location of Candace Fitzpatrick's remains. Exactly why he chose to share that information after so many years was never fully explained, but once the tip reached authorities, detectives from Durham Regional Police immediately began evaluating whether the information could lead to a new search. After reviewing the details, investigators obtained the necessary authorization and organized a search operation in an area of Oshawa connected to the information Strong had provided. The location was near the intersection of Secreto Drive and Britannia Avenue East, a quiet stretch of land that had never previously been associated with the case. Search teams moved carefully through the area, examining the ground and looking for any signs that human remains might be present. Then, during that search, officers discovered something buried in the ground. Human remains had been found. The discovery marked the first time investigators had located any physical trace of Candace Fitzpatrick since the day she vanished more than a decade earlier. The analysis took time, but eventually the results confirmed what investigators had suspected. The remains were Candace Fitzpatrick. For her family, the confirmation brought a complicated mixture of grief and relief. The discovery did not undo the tragedy that had taken place, and it did not erase the years of uncertainty they had endured, but it finally answered the question that had haunted them since 2008. After 14 years, they finally knew where Candace had been. But even as that final piece of the investigation fell into place, one unsettling detail continued to linger in the background of the story. During the earlier stages of the investigation, police had discovered that Strong wore a chain around his neck with 3 rings attached to it. 2 of those rings had been identified as belonging to the victims already connected to the case. One belonged to Rory H. and another belonged to Candace Fitzpatrick. The 3rd ring, however, had never been identified. Investigators were never able to determine where that ring came from or who it might have belonged to. It could have been an ordinary piece of jewelry with no connection to any crime, but given the circumstances of the case, detectives could not ignore the possibility that it represented something more troubling. Because if 2 of the rings belonged to confirmed victims, the presence of a 3rd raised a question that investigators could never fully answer. Was it possible that Adam Strong had taken something from someone else as well? It was a question that lingered long after the trial ended and long after Strong was sent to prison. A reminder that even when a case appears to reach its conclusion, some mysteries may remain buried just beneath the surface. And that brings us to the end of this case. What are your thoughts on this case? Let us know in the comments. If this story shook you, there's more on the channel that dives into cases just as haunting. Don't forget to subscribe, hit that like button, and share this video. It helps keep these stories from being forgotten. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Loved ones grief-stricken and heartbroken outside UFC hospital. One of Chicago's bravest killed right in front of her own home.
80 person Blackstone. We got a person shot. It's an off-duty PO. Get an ambulance here now.
Police responded to a shot spotter alert. Multiple gunshots were heard. 24-year-old Ariana Preston was found laying in the front yard. Sources say her service weapon and badge were missing.
I stand before you guys today as a mother. A heartbroken mother.
In court Wednesday, the mother of fallen Chicago police officer Ariana Preston faced the 4 teenagers accused of murdering her daughter.
Justice to me is life, a life sentence. That's justice for us.
At 1:42 a.m., a system called ShotSpotter recorded 9 rounds in the 8100 block of South Blackstone Avenue. The alert showed exactly where the sound came from, but no officers were sent right away because the district was dealing with other calls and there was a backlog. For 20 minutes, nothing happened. Then a second alert came in. It came from an Apple Watch that had detected distress and sent out an emergency signal from the same block where the earlier alert had been recorded. That is when officers responded. When they arrived, they found one of their own lying outside her home. She was still in uniform, and she had just finished her shift with the Chicago Police Department and driven home. Her name was Ariana Preston. But what happened at 1:42 a.m. did not begin at 1:42 a.m. It began nearly 2 hours earlier, when 4 teenagers climbed into a stolen car and started moving through the South Side looking for someone to rob. But before we begin, if you find this video interesting, please give it a like at the end and tell me what you think about the case. It really helps the channel. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from. And don't forget to subscribe for more. Thank you. This video is created solely for educational and documentary purposes. It does not endorse, glorify, or condone any of the criminal actions or individuals described in this case. Viewer discretion is advised.
3 of the suspects were 14 at the time of their first arrest. The youngest was arrested for the first time at just 13.
Each of the 4 suspects in Officer Ariana Preston's murder has a lengthy criminal history. Their records show a pattern of committing new crimes while on probation. The most serious sentence, Joseph Brooks, 18. He's been arrested 9 times since 2019. Charges involve a stolen car, theft, and armed robbery. Last September, he was sent to juvenile detention for a carjacking he committed while on probation and was classified as a violent juvenile offender. Sources tell the CBS 2 investigators this case was closed just a few weeks before Officer Preston's murder. Jaquan Buchanan, also 18, was arrested in 2019 for robbery. While on probation, he was arrested again for carjacking. Last November, a juvenile arrest warrant was issued related to both of those crimes. Then there's 19-year-old Travell Breland, who has faced multiple charges as an adult and a juvenile. He, too, was on probation at the time of the murder. His record dates back to 2018 and includes attacking a teacher and pushing his mother down the stairs. He's never been given more than probation or supervision. The youngest suspect, Jalen Frazier, is 16. His first arrest in 2019 was at 13. He served 4 years probation. While on probation for robbery, he was arrested multiple times for weapons offenses, armed robbery, and having a stolen car. He, too, spent time in juvenile detention.
Her name was Ariana Preston, and she was 24 years old at the time of her death, a Chicago police officer assigned to the 5th District, where she had spent roughly 3 years learning the streets, learning the job, and learning how to balance authority with empathy. She had graduated from Illinois State University with a degree in criminal justice, and she did not stop there because while working full-time as an officer, she enrolled at Loyola University Chicago to pursue a master's degree in criminology. And she was scheduled to walk across that stage just days after the night that would take her life. She had plans beyond patrol, plans that included federal law enforcement, and she spoke openly about wanting to rise through the ranks so that she could influence change from the inside rather than complain from the outside. Her colleagues called her Princess P, not because she carried herself above anyone else, but because she had a calm confidence that stood out. Her mother, Dion Moon, later said, "She could have done anything, but she chose to serve." And that sentence captured something important because Ariana had options, she had education, she had ambition, and she had the kind of resume that could have taken her into private industry or academia, but she chose a badge instead. She believed policing could be done differently, and she believed that if more people who looked like her entered the profession, then trust between communities and law enforcement could slowly be rebuilt. At home, she was still someone's daughter, still part of a tight-knit family that celebrated milestones together and planned trips and events months in advance. And there was supposed to be a graduation celebration later that month, a moment where her master's degree would represent not just academic achievement, but proof that she was building something long-term. On May 5th, 2023, she worked her shift like any other, responding to calls, finishing reports, speaking with residents, and then preparing to head home once her hours were complete. Nothing about that evening signaled that it would be different, and nothing suggested that the drive back to Avalon Park would become the final drive of her life. But at the same time, across the south side of Chicago, 4 young men were already moving through the city in a stolen vehicle. And while Ariana was finishing her shift and planning for the days ahead, they were beginning a sequence of decisions that would set both paths on a collision course. It was just before midnight, around 11:57 p.m., when the first stop happened on the 900 block of East 46th Street. A woman was approached, and the encounter moved quickly, and a weapon was displayed, and her wristlet, her belt, her credit cards, and her phone were taken. It lasted only moments, but those moments set the tone for everything that followed, because once it worked once, it lowered a barrier that should have never been crossed. Then, around 12:40 a.m., the group shifted tactics and escalated their movement through the city, and on the 4700 block of South Indiana, a red Kia Forte was taken, which gave them mobility and speed and distance from the earlier scene. The vehicle changed the equation because now they were not confined to a single area, and now they could move from block to block without hesitation, and with every mile they drove, the sense of consequence seemed to shrink. They were no longer just walking up to someone. They were circulating, scanning, deciding. At approximately 1:07 a.m., they stopped again, this time on the 10,000 block of South Wallace, where 2 women were standing outside and talking. And the approach followed the same pattern that had already begun to form. They approached, they displayed weapons, they took property, and they left. But one of the women was pushed to the ground, and a coach bag and a phone were taken, and within seconds, the car was moving again, blending back into the dark streets as if nothing had happened. By 1:30 a.m., they were on the 9100 block of South Merrill, and this time, the target was a man sitting inside his Tesla, and once again, the sequence repeated itself with unsettling consistency. The man's phone and key were taken, and the vehicle they were driving allowed them to disappear just as quickly as they had arrived. What made this sequence dangerous was not just the fact that multiple robberies had occurred within a short span of time, but the four young men were still searching for the next opportunity, unaware that the next stop would be different, and unaware that the block they would turn onto next would change everything. And by the time the clock edged toward 1:40 a.m., the stolen Kia had already crossed several neighborhoods. But Avalon Park was quieter than the previous blocks. Ariana Preston had just finished her shift, and she drove onto her block the way she always did, still wearing her Chicago Police Department uniform because she was coming straight from work and expecting the night to end inside her home. She parked, gathered her things, and stepped out of her vehicle. But at the same time, the Kia moved down the block and slowed, and what had happened on 3 other streets now unfolded again, but this time in front of a house that belonged to someone who carried a badge. The car doors opened, and 4 figures stepped out, and they approached quickly, and what followed was not a prolonged encounter, but a rapid exchange that lasted only seconds. Gunfire was exchanged, and the quiet block was broken by the sound that ShotSpotter would later record at 1:42 a.m. And in that exchange, Ariana was struck in the face and neck. She fell near her front door, still in uniform, and the movement that had defined the earlier robberies continued even in that moment, because one of the suspects returned to where she lay and took her service weapon before getting back into the vehicle. Then the doors closed again, and the car pulled away from South Blackstone, leaving behind a scene that would shift from routine patrol to citywide investigation within minutes. At 1:42 a.m., the city's gunshot detection system registered 9 rounds in the 8100 block of South Blackstone Avenue. And the alert appeared on the screens that monitored incoming incidents across the district. But no unit was dispatched immediately because the area was already handling other priority calls, and there was a backlog that night. Then, at 2:02 a.m., a second signal came in, and this one carried a different weight because it was triggered by an Apple Watch that detected distress and transmitted an emergency notification to 911 from the same location where ShotSpotter had recorded the earlier rounds. That second alert escalated the response, and dispatchers sent officers to the scene with urgency because now there was confirmation that someone was in immediate danger. The words carried both procedure and shock, because recognizing that the victim was an off-duty police officer changed the gravity of the moment instantly, and the call moved from a routine response to an emergency involving one of their own. An officer on scene did not wait for paramedics to arrive before acting, and instead placed Ariana into the back of a squad car so that transport could begin without delay, and another unit coordinated movement so that intersections could be cleared as they headed toward the University of Chicago Medical Center.
15 a.m. We got a person shot. It's an off-duty PO. Get an ambulance here now.
That officer not waiting for the ambulance, instead driving Officer Preston directly to the University of Chicago where she died. She had been shot once in the face and once in the neck. Bullet casings recovered from the scene show 2 guns were fired, one of which was Officer Preston.
At approximately 2:15 a.m., she was pronounced deceased at the hospital. And in that span between the first automated alert and the final time of death, less than 40 minutes had passed. Yet those minutes would be examined and discussed for years afterward, because within them lay both the immediacy of the violence and the gap between detection and response.
Nearly 48 hours since Officer Ariana Preston was shot in front of her home in Avalon Park, Chicago police cars remain on watch. It happened as Officer Preston was getting home from her shift in the 5th District just before 2 a.m. on Saturday morning. Her neighbor and family friend Diane Wade heard the gunshots that would end up taking Preston's life.
Loud gunshots, and I didn't think too much of it, so I went to bed, and then I woke up again because I heard a lot of traffic on on the block, and it was a lot of sirens and blue lights and everything.
Part of that commotion, officers responding to one of their own, putting Preston in the back of a squad car and taking her to the hospital where she later died. Wade's still shocked this happened here, an area she says hardly ever sees any violent crime.
This is the first time that something big like this has ever happened.
She tells me her Ring camera didn't catch anything, but says police confiscated surveillance video from both her neighbors' cameras. While Chicago police are not confirming what led up to her murder, the Fraternal Order of Police posted this reaction on their Facebook page, adding, though off-duty, Officer Ariana Preston was killed while trying to defend herself from armed individuals in an apparent robbery. She died taking police action. Friends and family hoping for justice.
I'm just hoping that whoever has done this will please come forward so that the family can get some rest and some closure.
Once the immediate response shifted from rescue to investigation, the block on South Blackstone transformed into a controlled scene, and officers began the methodical process that follows a major crime, securing the perimeter, marking evidence, and documenting every detail that could later matter in court.
Community activist Jamal Green taking to Instagram, offering a $2,000 reward to anyone who has information leading to an arrest. Still a lot of unanswered questions remain. Chicago police not yet confirming any possible motives or any arrests at this time. Reporting from Chicago Police Headquarters, SL resides.
Detectives arrived, and the focus moved outward from where Ariana had fallen, because the questions were no longer only about what happened in those seconds, but about where the vehicle had come from, where it had gone, and who had been inside it. They began with the most basic but often most revealing step, which was knocking on doors and asking residents what they had seen or heard. And although many had been asleep, some had security systems installed, and so Ring doorbell footage and private surveillance recordings became critical pieces in reconstructing movement along the block. Cameras captured headlights, vehicle angles, and the direction of travel, and while no single clip told the entire story, together they formed a sequence that investigators could follow. The car was identified as a red Kia Forte, and once that detail was confirmed, attention turned to tracking where that vehicle had been earlier in the night. As detectives mapped out the timeline, they connected the earlier robberies that had occurred within hours of the shooting, and that connection expanded the scope of the case from a single incident to a coordinated series of crimes. The red Kia, already reported stolen, became the thread tying the events together, and through additional footage from traffic cameras and neighborhood systems, investigators traced its path after it left Avalon Park. Not long after, the Kia was found abandoned on the 7,200 block of South Eberhart in a vacant lot, and it was not merely left there, but set on fire, which suggested an attempt to destroy evidence and slow the investigation. Fire investigators confirmed that an accelerant had been used, and the burned vehicle became another controlled scene, carefully processed despite the damage. Even with the fire, some evidence survived, and among the items recovered were credit cards that had been taken during the earlier robbery on East 46th Street, which further solidified the link between the spree and the shooting. Then the focus narrowed to the gunfire itself, because ballistic analysis would determine not only how many weapons were used, but whether any recovered firearms could be matched to the scene. 9 shell casings had been collected from South Blackstone, and forensic testing later confirmed that 2 of those casings were fired from a specific Glock 19. When that weapon was eventually recovered during the arrest phase, it did not stand alone as circumstantial evidence, because fingerprints lifted from the firearm connected it to Joseph Brooks, Treville Breland, and Jaquan Buchanan, and those fingerprints placed their physical contact on the weapon tied to the shooting.
Before midnight on May 6th, when one of the suspect's girlfriends called him saying she needed money for a barbecue. Minutes later, all 4 got into her white Dodge Avenger SUV, wearing all black with face coverings. Their movements after that were all tracked by police pod cameras and cell phone pings. 11:57. A woman is robbed at gunpoint near 46th and Ellis by 4 men who got out of a white Dodge Avenger. Her wristlet, belt, phone, credit cards, all stolen. 12:39 a.m. A red Kia Forte parked at 47th and Indiana is stolen. 1:07 a.m. The red Kia pulls up to a home at 100th and Wallace. 3 men get out, push 2 people to the ground and steal a Coach bag and cell phone. 1:30 a.m. A person parking a Tesla at 91st and Merrill is robbed, the thieves taking his cell phone and Tesla key. 1:42 a.m.
Shots fired picking up 9 rounds at 8157 South Blackstone Avenue.
Sensors picked up the sound of gunfire, but officers didn't immediately respond because of a backlog in the district. 1:51 a.m. calls begin coming in about a red Kia set on fire in an alley near 72nd and Eberhard. 2:02 a.m. 911 gets a notification of a crash in the same spot as the ShotSpotter notification 20 minutes prior. We now know that was Officer Preston's Apple Watch alerting 911.
Even with the surveillance footage, the burned vehicle, and the forensic testing underway, investigators still needed something that would move the case from strong suspicion to direct connection. And that shift came not from a lab report, but from a conversation. Jalen Frazier spoke to a friend about what had happened that night, and he did not speak in vague terms or distant references, but in a way that suggested first-hand knowledge. And as he described the sequence of events, he admitted that he had been present during the robberies and the shooting. The friend listened, and whether out of shock, fear, or conscience, that friend chose to contact police. That decision altered the direction of the investigation, because now detectives had someone willing to provide insight into what was being said behind closed doors. They arranged a follow-up call, and this time they were listening in. Frazier repeated elements of the night's events, and in doing so, he referenced details that had not yet been released to the public, which meant those details could only have come from someone directly involved or present. He spoke about how the robberies unfolded, and he acknowledged that they had intended to rob the officer, and he described how she had responded when they approached her, and those statements aligned with the physical evidence already collected from the scene. The timing he referenced matched the surveillance timeline, and the sequence he described mirrored the pattern detectives had reconstructed from cameras and witness accounts. The more he spoke, the more the narrative began to align with what investigators already suspected but had not yet proven. Once detectives had enough to move forward, surveillance tightened around a residence near 76th and Bishop in Auburn Gresham, and officers monitored who went in and who came out while arrest teams prepared nearby. At some point during that surveillance, Jaquan Buchanan ordered an Uber, and that decision created an opening because stepping into a rideshare vehicle meant leaving the relative protection of a house and entering a controlled space that police could stop safely. The Uber picked him up and officers followed, and then they conducted a traffic stop before the vehicle could travel far. When they removed Buchanan from the car, he was armed with a Glock 19, and later testing would link that same weapon to shell casings recovered from South Blackstone. He was also wearing a belt that had been reported stolen during the first robbery earlier that night, which placed him not just near the final scene, but inside the entire sequence that investigators had reconstructed. However, the stop did not end the operation, because as Buchanan realized he was being detained, he began yelling, and that yelling alerted individuals still inside the residence under surveillance. What followed was not a quick knock and entry, but a standoff that required tactical response, and a SWAT team moved in to secure the location while maintaining perimeter control. Hours passed as officers negotiated and waited, and eventually, Travell Breland and Joseph Brooks surrendered, exiting the residence and entering custody without further escalation. Meanwhile, Jalen Frazier's involvement unfolded along a different line of communication because he FaceTimed his mother after learning that police were closing in. During those calls, he admitted that he had been present during the robberies and the shooting, and he acknowledged that Officer Preston had fired her weapon before one of the group shot back. He also told his mother that Preston's service weapon had been sold, which introduced another unresolved piece of evidence into the case because that firearm has never been recovered. By May 10th, formal charges were filed against all four, including first-degree murder, along with multiple counts tied to the robberies, vehicle theft, arson, and weapons offenses.
The offenders are teens: 19-year-old Travell Breland, 19-year-old Joseph Brooks, 18-year-old Jaquan Buchanan, and a 16-year-old male. Police say at least two of them shot at Officer Ariana Preston when she was returning home from work at 1:42 a.m. Saturday. Police say the four offenders were traveling in a stolen red Kia, and they were looking for people to victimize. They allegedly committed multiple crimes before ambushing Officer Preston.
As Officer Preston was returning home from her tour of duty early Saturday morning, four offenders pulled up in a stolen vehicle. The offenders quickly exited the vehicle and ran towards Officer Preston while armed. An offender fired at Officer Preston, who returned fire. The offenders continued to shoot Officer Preston An offender stole Officer Preston's weapon before all offenders fled the scene in a stolen vehicle.
Her last arrest that evening, even the arrestee, once finding out the news of what had happened, she wept. But that speaks to the credit of Officer Preston.
Commander Pendarvis says that the charges put police on a path to heal from the loss of this star officer if they can ever get over their grief. The officer's weapon was stolen. It has not been recovered. That stolen car was set on fire, and those 4 offenders are going to be in bond court at this hour.
The case moved from streets and surveillance footage into a courtroom. The 4 defendants stood before the judge, charged with first-degree murder along with armed robbery, burglary, arson, possession of a stolen motor vehicle, and weapons offenses, and prosecutors laid out the sequence of events that tied them to the crime spree and the shooting. The request from the state was clear: no bond. The charges were serious, the evidence was layered, and the public impact was undeniable, so the court ordered that all 4 be held without bond as the case moved forward.
At the same time, outside the courtroom, her mother shared with us how she feels after everything about this case was revealed in court.
My name is Deanne Moon.
An emotional Dion Moon spoke to reporters surrounded by her family after seeing the 4 young men charged in the murder of her daughter, off-duty Chicago police officer Ariana Preston.
We poured into her. We poured into her education. But as I said in that courtroom today, the people I really felt sorry for was those boys. I felt sorry for them because nobody obviously didn't pour into them. Nobody told them that they were loved. Nobody told them that you can do anything, like I constantly preach to my daughters.
In court, it was revealed 16-year-old defendant Jalen Frazier admitted to a friend the shooting was his work. He fired a gun at her and then Preston shot at him and the other defendants. So they shot and killed her.
As crazy as this may sound, I pray for their family. I really, really do. I pray for their family. Anytime you can shoot somebody and say, that was my work, what kind of human would say that about another human being?
As pretrial proceedings continued, prosecutors filed a motion seeking removal of Judge Carol Howard, arguing that certain rulings or patterns created concern about impartiality, although the specifics of that dispute remained part of legal filings rather than public argument. At the same time, Joseph Brooks filed a motion to suppress statements he had made to police, attempting to have incriminating admissions excluded from trial. However, that motion was denied, which meant his statements would remain part of the prosecution's case. By January 2026, the court addressed that issue directly, and a judge ruled that the firearms expert would be allowed to testify, determining that the methods used were generally accepted and admissible. That ruling preserved a key component of the prosecution's case, particularly the link between the recovered Glock 19 and the shell casings found at South Blackstone. Meanwhile, Jalen Frazier, though charged as an adult at 16, remained housed in juvenile detention as the proceedings continued. No trial date had been set, and the case was repeatedly described as complex because it involved 4 defendants, multiple crime scenes, layered forensic evidence, and overlapping legal strategies. And so, as months turned into years, the courtroom became the next arena where the outcome would be decided, but the final verdict had not yet been written. The funeral was held at Trinity United Church of Christ on the South Side, and the service drew family, friends, officers, city officials, and residents who had never met Ariana Preston but understood what her death represented. A police procession moved through the streets, and squad cars lined the route in a display that was both ceremonial and personal, because this was not only a fallen officer but a young woman whose career had barely begun. Inside the church, her family sat together, and the weight of the moment was visible. But so was a deliberate choice to speak about purpose rather than only pain. In the days that followed, vigils were held, and balloons were released, and community members gathered on the same South Side streets where she had once patrolled. The block where she lived did not fade into anonymity because the city renamed the intersection near her home Officer Ariana M. Preston Way, and the sign became a permanent marker tied to a story that residents would not forget. Her name was also engraved into the Gold Star Memorial Wall, joining hundreds of other officers who had died in the line of duty, and that engraving placed her within a larger history of service and sacrifice. However, the remembrance did not end with official ceremonies, because in 2024, a new block club sign was unveiled at 81st and Blackstone, designed by a local artist and installed as part of a neighborhood initiative meant to strengthen community bonds. Residents, teachers, and children from a daycare run by her mother gathered as the sign went up, and the message was clear. The neighborhood still cared, and her name still carried meaning. At Loyola University Chicago, where she had been preparing to receive her master's degree, efforts began to establish a scholarship in her honor, ensuring that future students pursuing criminology or related fields could carry forward the academic path she had valued. The Preston for Peace Foundation was launched as well, focused on community engagement and youth empowerment, and through it, her family sought to channel grief into structured impact rather than let it dissipate into anger alone. So the community impact extended beyond mourning and into movement, and while the legal process continued in courtrooms, the streets of Avalon Park carried her name, and students at Loyola carried her legacy, and neighbors who walked past the new sign were reminded daily that a life had ended there, but a commitment to something greater had begun in response. Ariana Preston was 24 years old. She had just finished her shift. She was home. And in less than a minute, everything changed. The court process is still unfolding. The verdict will come when it comes, but the loss is already permanent. So here's the real question. What does justice look like to you in a case like this? I want you to tell me in the comments what accountability should truly mean here. And if you believe stories like this deserve to be told, then support the channel by liking this video and subscribing.
Jessica Sacco's mom, Susan Tainer, sat in the front row of the courtroom with her daughter's ashes in her lap and waited to hear the sentencing for her daughter's murderer. It was an emotional atmosphere as Matthew Puccio gave one last plea to the judge.
I'm sorry, I can't really bring her back, take back the pain. I am sorry.
Puccio stabbed Sacco at their Urbana apartment back in May. He then convinced 4 other people to help him get rid of her body.
For days, a 21-year-old woman in Urbana, Ohio stopped answering her phone, and at first, that silence may have sounded like the kind of thing people try to explain away, because maybe she was upset, maybe she wanted space, maybe she would call back later. But when her mother finally went to the apartment on West Light Street, there was one thing inside that refused to fit any ordinary explanation, and that was the locked bathroom door. By the next morning, the landlord, Gary Zirkle, stood there with that same uneasy feeling pressing on him, and instead of walking away from it, he started taking the door apart piece by piece, unscrewing the knob, trying to see inside, finding only the shower curtain at first, and then forcing the door open just enough to look beyond it. The moment he pulled that curtain back, the truth inside that bathroom ended whatever hope was left that this was just a missing person mystery, because behind it were the remains of Jessica Ray Sacco, a young woman whose final hours were far worse than anyone outside that apartment could have imagined. But what made Jessica's case so disturbing was not only the brutality of what was done after she died, but the fact that she did not die right away, and that changes everything. She survived the first attack. She was still alive, while other people remained close enough to hear, close enough to know, close enough to do something that might have saved her. And yet no one called for help. By the time police understood what had happened inside that apartment on West Light Street, the case was no longer just about one killer, but 5 killers, a body, and a shattered family and community. But before we begin, if you find this video interesting, please give it a like at the end and tell me what you think about the case. It really helps the channel. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from. And don't forget to subscribe for more. Thank you. This video is created solely for educational and documentary purposes. It does not endorse, glorify, or condone any of the criminal actions or individuals described in this case. Viewer discretion is advised. Jessica Ray Sacco was born on August 28, 1990 in Santa Clara, California, and long before her name became tied to one of the most disturbing crimes in Urbana, Ohio. Her parents separated while she was still young, so childhood did not unfold in one steady home or one simple routine, and she spent part of those early years around her father's side of the family, close to her grandparents and tied to the kind of family connection that made a person feel anchored even when other things were shifting. As she got older, she moved to Urbana, Ohio, and that small town became the setting for her teenage years. She attended Graham High School, and later she briefly enrolled at Urbana University, so she stood in that same uncertain space where so many young people find themselves. Jessica was petite, bright, and full of personality. She smiled easily. She carried a playful energy around her, and she had the kind of goofy sense of humor that made her stand out. Life was not smooth, though. Jessica dealt with emotional struggles that made her world harder to manage than it may have looked from the outside, and some later accounts placed depression and bipolar disorder in that background. But those struggles did not define her, but they did shape the years when she was trying to hold herself together, and during her late teens, her relationship with her mother, Susan Sue Tainer, became strained. They were not always close, so Jessica looked for connection elsewhere, and much of that happened online. Then, by early 2011, Jessica made the kind of decision a lot of people make when they are young and hoping love will give their life direction. She moved to Florida to live with a boyfriend, and for a while, that must have looked like a fresh start, a chance to leave uncertainty behind and build something real with someone. But the relationship fell apart within about a year, and once it did, Jessica found herself back in a familiar place emotionally. That was when her mother stepped in again. Sue urged her to return to Ohio, and Jessica did. In mid-2011, with her mother's help, she got a small duplex apartment at 625 West Light Street in Urbana, and that little place became her chance to begin again. Mother and daughter started repairing the relationship that had been damaged over time, and the picture there was not of a woman reaching the end of herself. It was the picture of a young woman trying one more time to build a stable life. She had her own place. She had family support again. She was looking for work. She was trying to steady herself. She moved through online spaces where identity felt more open and belonging came faster, including the Juggalo world, a subculture built around the music of Insane Clown Posse and the idea of finding family among people who felt misunderstood or pushed aside everywhere else. So, for someone like Jessica, who wanted connection and wanted to feel understood, it made sense that she felt comfortable there. And it was through that same online world that Matthew Puccio entered her life. But Matthew did not come into the story as a man with any real stability behind him. He came in carrying the kind of background that already suggested disorder, anger, and drift long before he ever reached Urbana. He was from California, and much of his early life seems to have been spent without anything that looked steady for very long. He said he had been raised largely by his grandparents in Woodland, California, and that he attended private Christian schools. So on the surface, there may have been moments in his childhood that looked structured, but whatever order existed there did not hold for long. Even his later account of his own life sounded restless and violent, as if conflict had followed him from one stage to the next and had become part of the way he understood himself. As a teenager, Matthew tried living with his biological father in Southern California, but that did not turn into a stable home either. It ended in physical conflict and estrangement. So he drifted through state-run group homes and unstable living situations, carrying his anger with him and running into trouble again and again. The exact juvenile records were sealed, but the outlines still came through clearly enough. He got into fights. He had repeated run-ins with authority. He later spoke about incidents that included violent altercations with other people and at least one confrontation with police. So even before he was legally an adult, the pattern was already there. He met conflict with aggression, and he moved through life without learning how to contain it. Then he became an adult, and instead of settling down, he kept drifting. He moved from state to state. He went through Virginia, then Utah, then Montana, and then Texas, never holding steady work for long, never staying in one place for more than a short stretch. By the time he was in Texas, he had children there, but even that part of his life seemed wrapped in instability. By 2011, he was unemployed, coming out of a failed engagement, and dealing with a custody dispute. So when he appeared in Jessica's life, he was not arriving from some hard season he had already survived. He was arriving in the middle of ongoing chaos. And the important thing about men like that is that they often know how to present the chaos in a way that sounds sympathetic at first. And for a young woman like Jessica, who understood loneliness and knew what it felt like to want somebody to choose you, that kind of story could have sounded familiar and even touching. So when the two of them connected online, the bond formed quickly. And after months of talking online, Matthew traveled from Texas to Ohio to meet Jessica in person. And once that happened, everything accelerated. The distance between them collapsed quickly. The online attachment became a real relationship, and the real relationship became a living arrangement. And by the fall of 2011, he had moved into Jessica's small duplex on West Light Street. That was the turning point, because once he crossed into her physical life, the dynamic changed from emotional closeness to shared space, shared routine, and daily influence. He was no longer just a voice on the screen. He was now inside her home. But Sue Tainter saw the shift almost immediately. There were signs that someone else was staying in Jessica's apartment, and once she realized it was Matthew, she confronted her daughter about it. Jessica admitted he was living there, and that forced the next step, because Sue wanted to meet him for herself. That meeting should have eased her mind if the relationship was healthy, but it did the opposite. From the first encounter, something about Matthew bothered her. He kept avoiding eye contact, and he carried himself in a way that made her feel he was hiding something. It was not just normal parental caution. It was instinct. It was the kind of reaction a person has when someone in front of them feels wrong in a way they cannot yet fully explain.
There were some clues that someone else was living there, and I finally confronted her, and she said, yes, Matthew is living with me. I said, okay, well, I'm going to go meet him. So we went and we met, and it didn't go very well.
Matthew was the kind of person who took up space quickly, and not just physical space. The neighbors next door felt that shift from the outside. Aaron Gall, who lived close enough to hear what was happening through the walls, did not like Matthew. He came across as rude and off-putting, the kind of man who made people uneasy before they even had a full reason for it. And after Christmas, the arguments between Matthew and Jessica started becoming more frequent. By the end of 2011, Jessica's apartment had stopped feeling like a fresh start and had started feeling crowded, tense, and unstable. The duplex on West Light Street was small to begin with. It had only one bedroom, so even two people living there would have felt cramped after a while. But Jessica, who was only 21, was no longer just sharing that space with Matthew Puccio, who was 25. By November 2011, Andrew Forney, 26, and his wife Candace Forney, 25, were living there too. That was no longer a boyfriend staying over too often or friends dropping by. They were in the apartment, sleeping there, and becoming part of everyday life inside Jessica's home. And now the space was starting to revolve around Matthew and the people connected to him. Then the circle widened again. Christopher Wright, who was 37, and Sharon Cook, who early reports identified as 25, became tied to the group around the apartment too, and once that happened, the place felt less like a home and more like a pressure point. At that stage, this was no longer just a troubled young couple living together. There was less privacy, less breathing room, and less chance for Jessica to step away when tension started building. The apartment became overcrowded, dirty, chaotic, and loud. The group leaned toward Matthew, not Jessica, and they talked around her, about her, and treated her more like a problem than the person whose apartment it actually was. Then, in February 2012, another sign of how unsafe the apartment had become appeared. A 14-year-old girl from Texas stayed there for about a week, and police got involved. Matthew was charged with custody interference for harboring a minor. That incident mattered because it showed that even before Jessica was killed, serious trouble was already happening under her roof. The apartment she had taken to restart her life was now a place where police were already being drawn in because of the man she had let move in. By early 2012, the situation inside Jessica's apartment had become much worse, and the change was showing in ways the people around her could see. One of Jessica's friends noticed her posting disturbing things on Facebook around that time, and that immediately raised concern because it suggested Jessica may have stopped taking the medication that had once helped keep her steady. Then the reason behind that started coming into view. Later accounts said Matthew had pushed her to stop taking it. In his view, she did not need it. And that mattered, because once that influence took hold, the situation inside the apartment started getting uglier fast.
He basically told me she will not be taking her medication because I don't believe in medication, and she doesn't need medication. And that's really where things got really ugly.
And yet, Matthew's friends did not make things easier for her. They disrespected her in her own home. They would even sit in the same room sending Matthew nasty messages about Jessica while she was there, mocking her indirectly and feeding his irritation with her. So the pressure on Jessica was coming from every direction at once. She was outnumbered, and the apartment no longer felt like a place where she could relax or feel safe. One friend, Amanda, told her directly that she needed to get Matthew out of there, and by then, that advice matched what Jessica herself seems to have been feeling. She had reached the point where something had to change. By March 2012, Jessica appears to have been at a breaking point. She even asked her mother if she could move back home for a while, which shows how bad things had become inside that apartment. And at the same time, there were signs she was also thinking about taking back control of the place instead of simply leaving it behind. By mid-March, she was confiding to friends that she might ask Matthew to leave, and that helps explain why the final confrontation may have happened when it did. If Matthew sensed that Jessica was pulling away, or worse, that she was about to force him out, then trouble is just at the corner. Then came the issue of the text messages. Later, Matthew claimed that he found messages on Jessica's phone that upset him, and he said she had texted someone that she wanted him dead. But people close to Jessica doubted that story. To them, it sounded less like the truth and more like something Matthew used afterward to justify what he did. And while all of this was happening, Jessica's family still did not know how close things were to disaster. Her mother was trying to reach her by phone that week and was getting no answer. At one point, she went by the apartment to check on her, and Matthew answered the door and told her Jessica was not there, saying she was staying with a friend. Looking back, that moment feels chilling, because while Jessica's family was still trying to make sense of her silence, she may already have been in terrible danger inside the very apartment where she was supposed to be safe. So the violence on March 22nd did not come out of nowhere. It came at the end of weeks of conflict, humiliation, resentment, and control. Jessica wanted space back. She wanted relief. She may have wanted Matthew out. And by the time that argument began, the apartment had already become the kind of place where one final spark was enough to set everything off. On the morning of March 22nd, 2012, the tension inside Jessica Sacco's apartment finally turned into violence. During that fight, Matthew Puccio stabbed Jessica once in the abdomen. But the stabbing did not end Jessica's life, and that is where the whole case changed. The wound was serious, but it did not hit vital organs, and the coroner later said it likely caused only limited bleeding. Jessica was still alive after that first attack, so the story did not become only about a man who turned violent. It became about what happened in the time that followed, and about who knew enough to act and still did nothing. Candace Forney was aware of the stabbing, and the others were still there in the apartment. The four friends were in the living room while Jessica was injured in another room with Matthew, and whether they were sitting silently, listening, waiting, or trying not to involve themselves, the outcome was the same. No one called 911. No one called for an ambulance. No one tried to get Jessica to a hospital. Then Matthew Puccio suffocated her by placing a plastic bag over her head, and it is supported by the appellate record and by the coroner's finding that she died of suffocation, not from the stab wound. But Jessica fought hard. Prosecutors later said Matthew first tried to suffocate her with one plastic bag and that she tore through it and scratched him, so he used a second bag and forced it over her face until she died. However, Matthew later claimed Jessica wanted to die, and he tried to present the killing as something like mercy, consent, or emotional collapse. But that narrative came from him, and it came after he had already shown a pattern of changing his story. Once Jessica died, the case moved into a stage that felt almost impossible to process. After her death, Matthew Puccio, Andrew Forney, and Christopher Wright her body in the bathroom of the residence. And what had already been a murder scene became the hidden room where the group tried to turn a killing into a disposal problem. Body parts were placed into plastic bags, and the handling of Jessica's remains stretched over a longer period than a rushed attempt to flee. And this process took about 2 days, and it also established that Candace Forney entered the bathroom during that period. According to prosecutors, the 5 of them took a break in the middle of it, went to Speedway and McDonald's, and then came back. Then the cover-up widened beyond the apartment. The Forneys' vehicle, a green minivan, was used to transport Matthew Puccio and Jessica's body parts, which had been placed in plastic bags. The remains were taken to Christopher Wright's home in Hamilton, Ohio, and that after they got there, Puccio spent the night inside Wright's house, while Andrew and Candace Forney slept in their van with the body parts still with them. From there, some of Jessica's remains were discarded in southern Ohio and northern Kentucky. Early reporting mentioned Cincinnati, southwest Ohio, and Kentucky. After March 22, 2012, Jessica's mother stopped hearing from her in the way she normally would have. And at first, that silence may have seemed like something temporary, because people miss calls, people stay out, people pull away for a day or two, and families often try to explain silence before they allow themselves to fear it. But the days kept passing and the calls kept going unanswered. At some point during that week, she went to the apartment herself, because that is what people do when the phone stops being enough. Matthew answered the door and told her Jessica was staying with a friend. He gave her something that sounded like an answer, but not one that brought any real relief. It only delayed the truth. So she kept checking. She kept carrying that feeling that something was wrong. Then, on Thursday, March 29, 2012, she went back to the duplex on West Light Street, and this time the silence inside the apartment felt harder to ignore. Next door lived Gary Zirkle, the landlord, and he could see that Jessica's mother was worried. Then came Friday, March 30th, 2012, and that was the day everything changed. Gary Zirkle lived right next door to the duplex, so he did not have far to go. He approached that locked bathroom door carrying the same uneasy feeling Jessica's mother had left him with the night before, and instead of ignoring it, he acted on it. He began by removing the screws from the doorknob so he could see inside. Through that small opening, all he could make out at first was the shower curtain, so he forced the door further open and looked beyond the curtain. Then, he pulled it back, and the moment he did, the last possible space for denial disappeared. Behind that curtain, in the bathtub area, were Jessica Sacco's remains, and that was the moment Jessica stopped being a missing daughter who had not called home and became the victim at the center of a murder investigation. Police responded to the apartment, and once they entered that duplex, the case widened almost immediately. The bathroom had become the hidden center of what happened, but investigators did not take long to realize the truth reached beyond that room. Crime scene processing began. The apartment was secured. The remains in the bathtub area made it clear that this was not a single burst of violence followed by a failed attempt to hide it. It was a chain of choices involving multiple people, multiple locations, and multiple stages of concealment. Very quickly, 5 names came into focus: Matthew Puccio, Andrew Forney, Candace Forney, Christopher Wright, and Sharon Cook. By the time the first wave of charges came down, all 5 had been apprehended. Matthew Puccio faced the central murder charge and had his bond set at $100,000, while the others were jailed on $50,000 bonds. Even after the arrests, even after Jessica's body had been found, and even after 5 people were in custody, Matthew Puccio still tried to control the story.
So many families go without, and we are just very, very lucky.
When Matthew spoke, Jessica's mom wept softly, holding what remained of her daughter. After sentencing, she told reporters she believed he was an expert in knowing how to manipulate people. He had tried multiple stories to escape blame, from claiming insanity to blaming Jessica herself.
Matthew was more into emotional cruelty. He liked to emotionally control people, spiritually control them. He gets off on emotionally imprisoning you. He looks for the weakness and he takes it from you. He controls you. He looked and found Jessica, a young girl with very low self-esteem, bipolar, on medicine. He knew he could control her mentally, spiritually, emotionally, physically. And he knew from the moment he woke up that morning, he was going to find a victim.
In the days after the killing, and then again in a jailhouse interview with the Dayton Daily News in early April 2012, he did not speak like a man simply admitting what he had done and leaving the facts alone. He spoke like someone trying to reshape the final hours of Jessica Sacco's life into something softer, something more mutual, and something that would leave him looking less like a killer and more like a damaged man caught inside a tragedy. He said Jessica still loved him. He said she apologized. He said she asked for a last kiss. He said she wanted to die. He said she told him to let her die already. he said she had stabbed herself, or that she had pulled his wrist into the knife, and he said text messages on her phone had shown she wanted him dead. Then he added more layers to the story, talking about threatening messages, fear, and even witchcraft, as though the real problem inside that apartment had been the danger he thought he was facing rather than the danger Jessica was trapped in. By the time he was done, he had tried to cast himself in two roles at once, as both the victim of a chaotic situation and the tragic participant in a death he wanted people to see as something complicated, emotional, and misunderstood. But the evidence did not move with his story, and neither did the people who had seen Jessica during those final days. The medical findings still pointed in the same direction. Jessica had been stabbed, but the stab wound did not kill her. She died later of suffocation. The legal record still held. Kristen Schultz pushed against Matthew's version too, and she did it with one detail that made the whole story even sadder. She had seen Jessica the day before the killing, and what stayed with her was not someone who seemed resigned to dying. It was the opposite. Jessica had looked a little happier. She looked lighter. Schultz said it looked like she was getting her old self back. That mattered because it stripped away the emotional script Matthew tried to write after the fact. As the case moved deeper into 2012, the legal process began sorting out what each person had done and what each person would answer for. Matthew Puccio at first drifted toward an insanity and competency route, and for a time that looked like one more attempt to shift the ground under the case, but that path did not carry him where he needed it to. The official convictions tied to him included aggravated murder and related counts. On August 20th, 2012, Matthew Puccio received the heaviest sentence in the case, a life sentence with parole eligibility only after about 42 years.
I just walked out of the Champaign County Common Pleas Court here in Urbana. I can tell you that Matthew Puccio was sentenced to 42 years to life in prison with a chance of parole only after 42 years. He was one of the 4 co-defendants sentenced today in the murder of Jessica Sacco. Now, if you may remember, that murder took place back in March right here in Urbana, where we're told that Puccio actually not only killed Sacco, but then later dismembered the body. He was sentenced along with 3 other people today. Christopher Wright got 4 years, Andrew Forney got 10 years, and Sharon Cook, another co-defendant, got 3 years. Another person, Candace Forney, is actually going to be sentenced tomorrow morning. Now, we just got finished talking with the victim's mother. She tells us she's very happy with the sentence. In fact, she was dancing in court. She brought with her the ashes of her daughter to be able to see what had happened today. She said her daughter's birthday would have been a week from Tuesday. She's very happy again with the sentence. One more time, Matthew Puccio sentenced to life in prison with a chance of parole only after 42 years. Reporting live in Urbana, Jordan Burgess, 2 News.
Then the court turned to the others. Candace Forney received 6 years in prison, and the van used to transport Jessica's body parts was forfeited. Later, she appealed, and the appeal failed. Andrew Forney received around 10 years because his role placed him closer to the physical handling of the body and deeper into the cover-up. Christopher Wright received around 4 years, and Sharon Cook received around 3.
Jessica Sacco's mom, Susan Tainer, sat in the front row of the courtroom with her daughter's ashes in her lap and waited to hear the sentencing for her daughter's murderer. It was an emotional atmosphere as Matthew Puccio gave one last plea to the judge.
I'm sorry, I can't really bring her back or take back the pain. I am sorry.
Puccio stabbed Sacco at their Urbana apartment back in May. He then convinced 4 other people to help him get rid of her body.
Not only did I victimize her friends and her family, but I victimized my own friend and Andrew. I victimized his wife and the other 2 involved as well as their friends and family. And as much as it pains me to say it, I even victimized my own kids.
Inside the Champaign County Courthouse, Jessica's mom told reporters she was pleased with today's sentencing. She also began to tear up as she remembered those most intimate moments she had with her daughter.
Personality-wise, just fun. She didn't hate anybody. She always saw the good in people.
She wanted others to share her joy for finally getting justice for her daughter.
It does give a sense of closure. So many families, unfortunately, do not get this justice. So many families go without. And we are just very,
very lucky.
In Urbana, I'm Annette Pegler reporting.
4 other people were there when Jessica Sacco was murdered and dismembered. They were all convicted of lesser charges for helping hide the body parts and then not reporting the crime. This morning, Christopher Wright was sentenced to 4 years in prison and fined $500. Sharon Cook was sentenced to 3 years and a $500 fine. Andrew Forney was sentenced today to 10 years in prison and fined $500 as well. The 5th suspect, Candace Forney, is scheduled to be sentenced tomorrow.
And after the courtrooms emptied, cleanup crews went into the apartment in protective gear. The place had to be emptied. The landlord said he planned to gut the bathroom. Most of Jessica's belongings were discarded because the scene had been contaminated, and the home she had once taken as a chance to restart her life had to be stripped back almost completely. But in the middle of all that destruction, a few personal things were saved. Her birth certificate was kept, her baby book was kept, those small items were returned to her mother. Then, in October 2013, Puccio was sentenced again in a separate case involving the 14-year-old runaway girl who had stayed at Jessica's apartment weeks before the murder. He pleaded guilty to unlawful sexual conduct with a minor, and the court gave him an additional 3 years to be served consecutively.
But first, a man already behind bars for dismembering his girlfriend receives more prison time.
Today, Matthew Puccio learned his sentence for child sex crimes. Rob Sneed was in court along with the girlfriend's mother as the judge handed down the punishment.
No family member showed up to support Puccio during his latest sentencing for having sex with a teenage runaway. But Jessica Sacco's mother was there. She wanted to see the man who murdered her daughter get more prison time. She found it difficult to hold back emotions.
I hope the prison shows you the same mercy you showed your victims. Because he shows no mercy. So I hope the prison shows him the same as what he showed my daughter.
A tearful message from Susan Tanner to the man who killed and dismembered her daughter, Jessica Sacco, last year. She was right there as 27-year-old Matthew Puccio faced a Champaign County judge again, this time for having sex with a 14-year-old runaway.
You know, you feel for the families that he's victimized. You know, they couldn't be here, and I wanted to be here to represent.
Tanner's disgust was clear as Puccio tried to convince the judge he had changed for the better.
What I'm doing is a group session for stress and operation. It's to help learn healthy ways to deal with stress.
But the prosecutor told the judge Puccio was dangerous and believed he would harm someone else if given the chance. And after hearing Puccio again, Tanner couldn't agree more.
Because nothing comes out of his mouth that's the truth. He's a pathological liar. He's an individual who seeks violence. He seeks out victims. He's a true predator.
The judge's sentence was swift.
Count one, court imposes 3 years, Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Correction.
And the judge also ordered Puccio to pay back court costs, and he must register as a Tier 2 sex offender if he gets out of prison. He won't be eligible for parole for 45 years. Reporting in the Springfield newsroom, Rob Sneed, 2 News, working for you.
And that brings us to the end of this case. What are your thoughts on this case? Let us know in the comments. If this story shook you, there's more on the channel that dives into cases just as haunting. Don't forget to subscribe, hit that like button, and share this video. It helps keep these stories from being forgotten. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
It's unbelievable. How could you all do such a thing? And you could do such a thing because you're hooked on drugs. Hooked on. A mother who's not under the influence will leave their child in a car under those circumstances for 5-6 hours, who knew the child was in the car and knew the child had been in the car for that period of time, and drive off and leave the child. How could you?
Christina Pangalangan had been in the back seat for nearly 6 hours, and the 2 adults who were supposed to protect her had remained only a few feet away for most of that time, moving in and out of the house, talking, arguing, and hugging, kissing, and having while the heat inside that car kept rising. By the time first responders arrived, there was nothing left to reverse. Christina was 13 years old, nonverbal, unable to get out on her own, and completely dependent on the people who had left her there. And when officials checked her temperature, it had risen so high that the thermometer could go no farther. And the explanation her mother gave at the scene began falling apart almost as soon as investigators started checking the timeline. Because this was not one of those cases where everything depended on who told the most believable story afterward. There was a camera pointed at that yard the entire day, and what it captured would later become the center of the trial, a divided family, a lawsuit against the state, and a wider debate about how many warnings had to be missed before a vulnerable child finally ran out of time. And that was the part that made the case even harder to look away from, because the story did not begin with the car door closing that morning. It began much earlier, with signs that people around Christina had already noticed, concerns that had already been raised, and a child whose need for care had never been a mystery to anyone in her life. But before we begin, if you find this video interesting, please give it a like at the end and tell me what you think about the case. It really helps the channel. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from. And don't forget to subscribe for more. Thank you. This video is created solely for educational and documentary purposes. It does not endorse, glorify, or condone any of the criminal actions or individuals described in this case. Viewer discretion is advised. Christina Ann Pangalangan was born on March 28, 2006 in South Carolina, and from the beginning of her life, it was clear that she would need a level of care that never paused and could never be treated casually. She was the youngest child in her family, and while her older sisters were growing up and moving into adulthood, Christina's world remained centered on the people who fed her, lifted her, watched her, and made decisions for her every single day. She had cerebral palsy with spastic quadriplegia, along with developmental and seizure-related issues, and those conditions shaped nearly every part of her routine and every part of her safety. She was nonverbal, she used a wheelchair, and although some people who knew her said she could at times crawl short distances, that did not change the larger truth of her life, which was that she could not safely function on her own and could not protect herself when something was wrong. But Christina was not defined only by the care she needed, and the people who remembered her made that clear. She loved cartoons, and the same shows came up again and again when people described her, especially Dora the Explorer and SpongeBob SquarePants, which she reportedly watched over and over without getting tired of them. She loved being around people, and she seemed to enjoy attention, connection, and the feeling of being included in whatever was happening around her. Even though she did not speak, she still communicated in ways that the people close to her understood, because her face often told the story for her. If she was happy, people could see it, and if she was upset, they could see that too, and if she wanted something done a certain way, that part of her came through just as strongly. She was remembered as expressive, stubborn in her own way, and full of personality, and people also said she loved swimming and found joy in familiar things and familiar people. And that is what made the failures around her so hard to ignore, because Christina's life required consistency, patience, and care, and everyone closest to her knew that, and the person who knew that better than anyone else was her mother. Rita Pangalangan did not look like the kind of person most people would expect to see at the center of a case like this, and that was part of what made everything that came out later feel so unsettling. She had spent years building a life that looked respectable, stable, and rooted in service. By 2019, when Christina died, Rita was 53 years old, and she had spent more than 25 years working in education in Colleton County, South Carolina. And she had been awarded Teacher of the Year twice. People knew her as a teacher, as someone experienced, organized, and trusted around children, and as a mother raising a daughter with serious disabilities. On the surface, she looked like a woman who had devoted her life to care, and that image was not entirely false. Rita had spent years living a life that revolved around Christina's needs, and those needs were constant. Christina was not a child who could be left alone to figure things out, and she was not a child who became easier to manage as she got older. By then, the family itself had already changed. Christina's father, Walter Wally Pangalangan, was no longer living the same daily life with them, and Christina's older sisters, Ashley and Elizabeth, were adults. That meant the center of Christina's care had narrowed more and more around Rita. Whatever help existed around the edges, the daily burden still came back to her. And this was not just emotional work, but physical work too, because Christina had to be lifted into bed, into her chair, into the car, and from one part of the house to another. It was the kind of care that could wear a person down slowly, and then all at once. At the same time, she kept working, and she found other ways to bring in money too. She cleaned houses for extra income, and she rented out rooms in the home. From the outside, that could have looked like determination, and maybe in part it was, because raising Christina was expensive, and finding reliable help for a child with that level of need was never going to be simple or cheap. But underneath that effort, there also seemed to be another reality building, one that looked a lot less steady. The pressure was not easing with time. It was growing. And somewhere in the middle of that pressure, another person entered the picture. By the time 2015 rolled around, Rita Pangalangan's life was already built around routines that almost never changed. But somewhere around that period, another person became part of Rita's world, and his name was Larry Eugene King Jr. Larry was from the Walterboro and Ruffin area in Colleton County, South Carolina, and he came into Rita's life as someone who seemed to belong to a completely different rhythm. He had already been married before, he had children from that earlier relationship, and he had lived a life that was not tied to the non-stop physical and emotional responsibility Rita carried every day. He worked, he moved freely, and he did not wake up each morning to the same demands waiting for him. So when Rita got involved with him, she was not only getting involved with a man, but with a kind of life that looked wider, looser, and far less restrictive than her own. That meant every date, every night out, every overnight stay, and every spontaneous plan came with the same question attached to it, which was who was going to care for Christina, for how long, and whether that person actually understood what caring for her involved. But the relationship itself was not steady, and that instability became part of the story too. People later described Rita and Larry as being together, then apart, then together again, and instead of building one stable home, they kept separate places and moved in and out of each other's lives. Rita, however, kept returning to him anyway, and over time, it began to look as though she was drawn not just to Larry himself, but to everything that seemed to come with him, including the bars, the nights away from home, the motorcycle rides, the partying, and the sense that life could still be about adult pleasure and movement instead of only sacrifice and duty. But the warnings did not start on the day Christina died, and that was one of the hardest parts of the case to sit with once the full timeline began to come together. By the time March 2019 arrived, Christina was already 12 years old, and there had already been multiple concerns raised about the way she was being cared for. Later, a lawsuit would allege that the South Carolina Department of Social Services had been notified 5 separate times before Christina's death, which meant that what happened in August 2019 was not the first moment anyone looked at her situation and felt that something was wrong. People had seen enough to worry, and they had said so more than once. The clearest warning that entered the record came in March of 2019, months before Christina died, when she arrived at school with visible burns on her face, neck, and chest. This was not a small injury that could be overlooked in a busy hallway, and it was not something that left room for doubt about whether adults around her should have paid attention. The wound was described as draining, and there were reports that she had not been properly bandaged. So the people at school did what they were supposed to do. They raised an alarm, they contacted the proper channels, and both the school and DSS reached out to Rita and told her that Christina needed treatment. At that point, the expectation was simple. A child had come to school hurt, the injury looked serious, and the adults responsible for her were expected to get her medical care. But according to the later lawsuit, that did not happen. Lawyers said Christina was not properly treated for those burns, and they said she returned to school again without having received the care she needed. And what made it even more troubling was the way Rita was later described as responding to that scrutiny. According to the allegations that followed, she was frustrated that the school kept reporting concerns, and she reportedly said she would stop sending Christina to school when she was injured if they kept contacting DSS. But the school was not the only place where people had started noticing things, because people inside Rita Pangalangan's home were starting to notice things too. One of those people was Brittany Honeycutt, who moved into Rita's house with her children during that period, and at first, nothing about the arrangement seemed especially unusual. But as the weeks passed and the summer of 2019 moved closer to August, Brittany later said the atmosphere in the house began to change. The home grew messier, the discomfort became harder to ignore, and the signs that Christina was not being cared for the way she should have been became more difficult to dismiss. Brittany said Christina's room smelled strongly of urine and heavily infested with bed bugs. Brittany also described moments when Rita would leave Christina in another room and then shut herself away, sometimes on the phone, while Christina tried to get to her. Christina could not simply call out clearly, explain what she needed, or open doors when she was blocked off from the person responsible for her, so when she wanted her mother, she had to try to make her way there by crawling. There were times when Christina would try to reach Rita and could not get to her, and instead of Rita immediately stepping in, Brittany found herself doing it. She said she would hear Christina, see her struggling to get attention, and then go intervene because someone had to. There were also times Rita had asked her to watch Christina, and when Brittany said no because she had work and her own responsibilities, Rita kept pressing. But then Rita told her she could take Christina to work and leave her in the car with the windows down because she did it all the time. And that line changed everything. It suggested that leaving Christina in a vehicle was not a freak event created by one afternoon of chaos, but something that may already have existed as part of the way Rita handled her daughter when convenience, freedom, or lack of childcare got in the way. And then, just days before Christina died, Rita found someone new. By Friday, August 2nd, 2019, Rita Pangalangan still had the same problem she kept running into whenever she wanted to step away from home. This time, the person she turned to was Lindsay Lewis, an 18-year-old former student who had known Rita through school and who was interested in working with children and possibly going into nursing one day. Once Lindsay arrived, she quickly saw that Christina's needs were far more involved than ordinary babysitting. This was not a case of keeping a child entertained for a few hours, making a snack, and waiting for a parent to come back. Christina needed help with feeding, changing, bathing, moving, and full supervision, and every part of that care required patience, physical effort, and attention to detail. Lindsay was shown pieces of Christina's routine, including how she was fed and how much help she needed with basic tasks, and Rita reportedly told her about the nutritional drinks Christina was given at mealtimes. But learning a routine for the future and being left fully responsible for that routine right away were two completely different things. That Friday evening, Rita and Larry left, and Lindsay believed they would be gone only a few hours. That was what made the first message from Rita feel so important later, because instead of returning that night, she texted Lindsay and said she would be back the next day. Lindsay had not agreed to spend the night, and she had definitely not agreed to become the sole caregiver for Christina without warning, without backup, and without any real plan. Still, she stayed, because by that point there was no easy way to leave, and Christina still needed someone there. So Lindsay tried to manage as best she could, but as the hours passed, another problem became obvious. The house had almost no food beyond Christina's nutritional drinks, and there was no proper setup for the kind of stay Rita had now forced on her. Then Saturday, August 3rd, came and went, and Rita still did not come home. There was little or no communication, no proper update, and no sign that she understood the position she had put Lindsay in. What had started as a short errand had already become something much more serious. By Sunday, August 4th, more than 48 hours had passed since Lindsay first arrived, and only then did Rita finally reach out with an explanation. She said that Larry was sick or had food poisoning, and that was why she had been delayed. But whatever the reason was, the effect stayed the same. Lindsay had been left with a fully dependent child for 2 nights and nearly 2 full days without proper preparation. Rita eventually returned on Sunday afternoon, and by then, the weekend had already shown something important about the way she was handling Christina's care. And even after all of that, the weekend still was not over in the way it should have been. Instead of bringing Christina home and settling back into a safe routine, Rita later took her to Larry King's home, where the two of them spent the night. By the morning of Monday, August 5th, 2019, everything had narrowed down to one place, which was Larry King's home off Lowcountry Highway in Ruffin, South Carolina. Rita and Larry were arguing that morning, and later Larry would say the fight had started over suspected infidelity, which meant that even before Christina was placed in the car, the attention of the two adults around her was already fixed on each other instead of on her. That mattered, because this was not the kind of child who could safely fade into the background while the adults handled their own problems. At around 11 a.m., Larry came out carrying Christina and placed her in the back seat of Rita's Volkswagen Jetta. Christina did not walk to the car on her own, and she did not climb in by herself. She was carried there, placed there, and left there by people who knew exactly what she could and could not do. The car itself was parked outside in an open area of the yard, and there was no shade protecting it from the August heat. It was the kind of low-country summer day that only got hotter as the hours passed, and the Jetta was left sitting in a place where the sun could do exactly what it does to a closed vehicle in that kind of weather. As the day moved past late morning and into midday, the pattern did not change. Christina stayed in that car, and Rita and Larry stayed near the house. Then the footage showed something that would become one of the most shocking parts of the trial. Larry later admitted that at one point he and Rita went inside the house and had sex while Christina remained outside in the car. By then, the day was already getting hotter, and the inside of the car was getting hotter with it. But Christina still could not do anything to change her situation. By about 4 hours into that stretch, Rita and Larry realized they were locked out of the car. That should have been the moment where everything turned urgent, and it should have been the moment where all other concerns dropped away immediately. Instead, what followed was another stretch of time that later became central to the jury's view of the case. They tried to get into the car, and there were later descriptions of attempts to pry it open and discussion about other ways to get access. But what stood out was not the exact method they tried first. What stood out was the pace. Even at that point, with Christina still inside and hours already gone, they did not respond with the kind of immediate, desperate urgency that anyone would expect from adults confronting a life-threatening emergency involving a helpless child. So instead of breaking through immediately, they left in Larry's truck and drove to Rita's house to get a spare key fob. When they came back, the delay still did not end right away. They sat in the car, hugged each other, then they tried the spare fob, and it did not solve the problem immediately, because they were so high that they were pushing the lock button over and over. By then, Christina had been in that car for about 5 hours and 42 minutes, nearly 6 full hours on a hot August day. When the car was finally opened, Christina was found in catastrophic condition. She was non-responsive. Her body had been overwhelmed by the heat, and the damage was already beyond reversal. Her diaper was soiled, her skin showed severe heat injury, and when officials later took her temperature, it was so high that the coroner's thermometer could not register beyond its upper limit. A forensic pathologist would later testify that stomach fluid had been found in her lungs, showing that as her body shut down, she had inhaled vomit and could not clear her own airway. Even in that final stage, she had still been completely dependent on someone else to save her, and no one had done it in time. And even then, with Christina beyond help and the timeline already captured on camera, the story Rita gave at the scene still did not match what the footage had recorded. When first responders arrived at Larry King's home in Ruffin on the afternoon of Monday, August 5, 2019, Christina was non-responsive. Her body had been overwhelmed by the heat, and the adults at the scene were already facing a situation far beyond anything they could explain away with a simple mistake. And almost right away, Rita gave an explanation. She reportedly said she had only left Christina in the car for a few minutes, and she said she had gone inside to get cigarettes. She also maintained that the car, or at least the air conditioning, had been on. On its face, that version of events was designed to make what happened sound brief, accidental, and tragic, but still explainable. If that had been all investigators had, then the case might have lived and died on competing stories, memory, and who sounded more believable in the aftermath of a child's death. But that was not what investigators had. The house had surveillance, and that footage had been recording the yard and the movement around it for the entire day. And once investigators reviewed that footage, the first story began collapsing almost immediately. Then the physical evidence made that collapse even harder. A climatology expert later estimated that the inside of the car could have reached around 135 degrees, which meant the environment inside that backseat had become lethal. Even their defense attorney didn't believe the story that it was an accident.
That's what you're going for. Okay, and that involves admitting to some hard things that the jury knows anyway. There's no point in saying that air conditioner was for sure on, because it wasn't. There wasn't. There's not any way possible it could have been.
It was on when I cut it on. What happened to it?
Stop it. It doesn't matter whether it was on. You believed it was. Okay? For you to fight the issue, how are you going to prove that it was on? It was clearly off when the police got there. Clearly it was off. It was. She baked. The thermometer couldn't go any higher than it did when Richard Harvey, the coroner, took her temperature. It was as high as the thermometer would go. That air conditioning, for however long, was not on. It was not. Okay? That's the truth. Otherwise, you couldn't have had that result. And I know that you hate that. But that's the truth. You cannot deny that because the jury is going to know it anyway. Okay? To argue, no, it was on. To argue, I thought it was on. I really did. I thought I turned it on. That's good enough. Okay? It has to be. Otherwise, the jury's got two choices. Clearly it wasn't on. So you're lying if you say it was on. Unless you can prove it, which you can't. It's not possible to prove because it clearly was not on. Clearly. You wouldn't have that result. It's not possible.
Did anybody even check the car to see if it might have malfunctioned? Because I cut that.
You are fighting for your life.
Yeah, I
don't
am,
seem
and you
to.
don't believe me.
No, I
when
don't.
I tell you I cut the air conditioner on.
I don't believe you. I don't. And then more importantly, it doesn't matter what I believe. It matters what the jury is going to believe. The jury is not going to believe that because what happened to her would not have happened if it had been on. Okay? It doesn't matter. You screwed up. You made a mistake, but you did not intend this to happen. Is it correct that you did not intend it to happen?
Yes.
All right. Then let's find the best way to keep you out of prison for a long time. Okay? The best case scenario is involuntary. That's the best case. And that's 5 years. That's the best case. So let's try for that. Because if you swing for the fence on this for not guilty, it's not going to happen.
Medical testimony added another layer because Christina's body temperature was so high that the thermometer maxed out, and a forensic pathologist later explained that stomach fluid had been found in her lungs, showing that as her body shut down, she had inhaled vomit and could not clear her own airway. Then toxicology added still another piece. Blood samples showed in Rita and Larry's systems, and the defense would later argue that can remain detectable for as long as 3 days, so a positive result did not automatically prove exactly when it had been used. That was true as far as it went, but it did not solve the larger problem facing the defense, because the state was not relying on toxicology alone. And then her oldest daughter suggested that her mom didn't do willingly, and chances are she was drugged.
I stand firm behind my mom that she didn't voluntarily get high. She hated drugs. She went to Al-Anon meetings because she suffered for having addicts in the family. And from Larry being an addict, you know, she went to Al-Anon meetings while he went to NA meetings, and they just got back together. So if you noticed, he never said on the stand that they were using together, and he also admitted that she slept. So to say that my mom voluntarily used drugs, you know, she also said it was the first time it had ever happened or she'd ever been high, which could explain a lot of what everyone saw that day in the video, why she was shaking her head when the judge was saying they were on the drug binge.
Well, let me ask you this, Ashley. You just mentioned a number of things, and one very important thing. You said that her lawyer advised her not to take the stand, but do you think that your mom should have taken the stand to tell her side of the story, and what was the most important point that only she could make?
I think that we all thought that if she got on the stand and said that she didn't use those drugs, we just didn't think anyone would have believed her, even though people that knew my mom knows that she's been sober her whole life.
You don't think your mom actually partook in the drugs, that something was put in her drink? Are you suggesting that Larry King did something to maybe sexually assault your mother or give her drugs? Is there more to the story that has not been told, and can you tell us?
I've at least 4 people since the guilty verdict was given Friday told me that he had been bragged about it at Faith Home, where I guess a rehab facility that he went to, that he put 1.5 grams of drugs in her drink. And I don't think these people would come forward, but if they would, if they would have before the verdict, it might have done something. It could have helped her.
And by the time the case finally reached a jury, the state was no longer just arguing, it was arguing murder. By the time the case finally went to trial in late August 2023, more than 4 years had passed since Christina Pangalangan died on August 5, 2019. Rita Pangalangan and Larry Eugene King Jr. had both been out on bond, so when the trial opened in Colleton County, they did not come into the courtroom as people the jury was seeing for the first time in handcuffs and jail clothes. Duffy Stone and Sean Thornton stood for the state, and from the beginning, they made it clear that they were not asking the jury to see Christina's death as an accident wrapped in bad luck. They were asking the jury to look at the full timeline, the full pattern, and the full reality of what had happened to a child who could not save herself. And even inside the courtroom, that split in perspective was already visible. During breaks, Larry spoke with family members sitting behind him, and Rita still had family who believed in her too, but not everyone in the room was there for the same reason. Some of Rita's daughters were there for Christina, and that emotional divide mattered because it reflected the larger conflict at the center of the case. There were people who still saw Rita as a mother who had been overwhelmed, and there were people who believed Christina had been failed long before the final day. Then witnesses like Lindsay Lewis and Brittany Honeycutt added something different because they did not just talk about one day, they talked about what life around Christina had already started to look like before August 2019 ever reached its end. By the time those first days of testimony had unfolded, the prosecution had given the jury a framework that was very hard to shake. And once that framework was in place, the next phase of the trial became even more important because then Larry took the stand. When Larry Eugene King Jr. testified, the defense finally had a chance to give the jury its version of what had happened on August 5th, 2019. And from the beginning, that version rested on one central claim, which was that what happened to Christina was not intentional.
She was just my girlfriend's daughter.
Did you, this is a child who has special needs and needed special care. Did you wash this child? Did you bathe this child? Somebody did you?
No, sir.
And it's tough, but this child was in a diaper. This young girl wore a diaper and wasn't able to clean herself. Did you clean this child? Did you change your diaper? Were you responsible for things like that?
No, sir.
Did you feed this child?
No, sir.
Did you put her to bed or get her up in the morning?
No, sir.
Were you financially responsible? Did you pay any child support or anything for this child?
No, sir.
Regardless, the night before, they spent that night at your home, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And tell me how in the morning you got up and you and Miss, did you go to bed that night?
No, sir, I've been up all night.
Okay, was that partly due to that amphetamine use?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you got up in the morning, did you and the other defendant have a conversation which led to what we saw on the porch, that is you carrying the child out?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen what that I don't want you quoting it, but just tell them what the conversation was about.
Just about her being involved with somebody else, and we had talked about it, and some things broke my heart, and I just asked her to leave. And
all right. So it was about basically what you would call infidelity. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You asked her to leave.
Yes, sir.
And did she agree to leave?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then what happened next?
I put a child in the car.
All right. You say you put the child in the car. Did you carry her out?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And why were you the one to carry her out?
Rita has an extra kidney, has a lot of trouble, health trouble, and her daughter was getting heavy for her, and so she asked me to carry her.
Would there be anything inappropriate, wrong, or rough about the way you would have treated that little disabled girl?
Man, absolutely not. Never.
Can you imagine a circumstance where that would be your reaction?
No, sir.
And where did you put her in the car, if you recall?
Behind the driver's seat, on the driver's side, in the rear.
Okay. And you stepped away then? Did mom come and get her settled or seatbelt or something like that?
I think so, yes, sir.
Was the car running when you put the little girl in?
Absolutely.
Would you have left that little girl in that car if that engine wasn't running and the AC wasn't on?
Never. Never.
Even with your feelings hurt, sir?
Never.
Up until the time y'all discovered that little girl's body, was there anything unusual or scary about this day?
No, sir. It was another normal day. I thought I had no idea that anything was not normal.
Were you trying to memorize the events moment by moment?
No, sir. She followed me back inside.
What were y'all talking about at that? You'd ask her to leave. She didn't leave. What was going on between you?
She was just trying to plead with me and talk to me and just trying to make things right.
Okay. And while y'all was in the house, we just put the cards on the table. Did you make up?
We did.
Okay, and you decided to move on?
Yes, sir.
And what happened when she tried to leave?
She came back in and told me her keys were locked in her car.
Said the keys were locked in the car?
Yes, sir.
And what was your reaction to that? Not my problem. Cheated on me. Get out of here.
No, I tried to help her get in the car. I didn't know that anything other than that was wrong, to be honest.
Okay. Was the car still running?
The car was running.
Were you worried about the situation?
No, sir. Not really.
Okay. And if you had known, and I know you've seen what we've all seen.
Larry said that when Christina was placed in the car, it was running, and he said he believed the air conditioning was on. He told the jury that Rita had asked him to carry Christina out, that he did so, and that he never meant to hurt her.
If you'd had any inkling that that's what was going to happen or was happening, what would your reaction be?
I would have knocked that window out of that car and got that child. I had no idea.
Oh. So you made an effort to get the child out of the car, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Or to get the car open. Were you successful in that?
Not right away, I wasn't.
Okay. And how you tried is not important, but do you recall what you did to try to get into the car?
Some of it, yes, sir.
What did you do?
I tried to get in. I think I tried to pry the door. I tried to offer to knock out the sunroof, but Rita didn't want me to do that.
You say you offered to knock out the sunroof?
Yes, I did.
Not your car?
Not my car.
Okay, but you offered to knock out the sunroof, and she said no?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all then come up with a different plan?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
She said she had a spare key at her home.
Okay, and were you at this point just done with the operation, or do you continue to try to help?
I continued to try to help.
And what did you do to try to help?
I went and took her to get another spare key.
Okay, and when you left, was the engine running?
Yes, sir.
And was it running when you got back?
Yes, sir.
And did you think that AC was on?
Yes, sir.
And when y'all got back, were you able to pop the just pull up with the key? Did that solve the problem? Did you pull up, hit the fob, and unlock the door?
No, sir.
Why not?
I think the batteries were weak in it. It wasn't working.
Okay.
It wouldn't unlock the door.
So y'all hit it, unlock, and it wouldn't unlock it?
Yes, sir.
Had a real problem now, or at least she had a real problem. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
What did you do to address that?
I called Robert from Stokes Lock and Key.
Do you know someone there?
Yes, sir. Robert, the owner.
Okay. So you called the owner of Stokes Lock and Key. And what was the purpose of that call?
So he could help me get in the vehicle.
And if in fact you made that call, would that be reflected on the videotape? I mean, were you in the yard when you made
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
that? Okay. So you called Stokes Lock and Key, and you spoke with a person you knew there and asked how to get in the car. Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
And what did he tell you?
Told me it was an emergency key and a key fob.
Okay. And the emergency key and the key fob, people may know what that means, but apparently you didn't at the time. So what does that mean?
It was a key inside the fob that you separate it and pull out a key. He told me to pop off, told me to retrieve the key. I got the key and told me to pop off the face off the door handle socket, unlock the car.
And were you eventually able to unlock the car?
Yes, I did.
And it wasn't with that key fob?
No, sir.
It's just old-fashioned, stick it in and turn
Yes,
it?
sir. Yes, sir.
When the child got out, or the child was taken from the car and you knew she was deceased, what was your immediate reaction?
Call 911.
But even while Larry was offering that version, his testimony also exposed the limits of his relationship to Christina.
Did it occur to you that maybe you were in trouble?
No, sir.
Anytime during the course of this investigation, speaking with police officers, speaking with anybody else who talked to you about it, were you like, oh my goodness, I need to cover something up?
Never had idea, man. No,
Excuse me?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. So you called 911, and the information you gave them, was it correct?
Yes, sir.
And when law enforcement arrived, did you talk to them?
Yes, sir.
And was the information that you gave them correct?
Yes, sir.
The vehicle itself, are the windows tinted in that car?
Yes, sir.
Are they a dark tint or just like a...
Very
that
dark.
comes from the factory?
Very dark.
Can you see in that car?
No, sir.
When law enforcement got there and later they took you down to the police station, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did anybody ever tell you, you don't have to talk to us, you got a right to remain silent, all that sort of thing?
Yes, sir.
And did you sign the form and say, I understand it?
Absolutely.
And then did they keep talking to you for several hours?
Yes, sir.
Did you talk until they said you don't need to talk anymore?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever lie, try to cover up for yourself?
Never.
You carried that child to the car and put her in the car. You're accused of causing great bodily injury to this child. Do you feel like you handled her correctly and appropriately?
Yes, sir, I did.
I asked you earlier, is there any way you caused harm to any child?
Never. I love children.
Did you and Rita get together and plan some way to kill this child?
Absolutely not.
Did y'all get together and plan some way to hurt this child?
No, sir.
Can you imagine a circumstance that could have occurred?
No, sir.
By the time closing arguments began in early September 2023, Duffy Stone brought all of it back to the simplest question in the courtroom, which was not whether Christina Pangalangan had died, and not whether Rita Pangalangan and Larry King had been there, but whether what they did and what they failed to do showed a disregard for human life so severe that the law recognized it as murder. The defense, however, tried to pull the case back toward humanity, toward doubt, and toward the difference between being blameworthy and being guilty of murder. But by then, the jury had already heard the timeline, the toxicology evidence, the medical testimony, the school concerns, the witness accounts, and Larry's own explanation for what he said happened that day. The jurors were also shown evidence from inside the back seat area, including a bag and a loaded handgun found near where Christina had been left, which only deepened the prosecution's argument that the adults around her were not thinking about safety in any meaningful way that day. After a little over 2 hours of deliberation in September 2023, the jurors came back with questions answered, and the case reached the moment everything had been building toward. Then came sentencing, and that brought the emotional release the courtroom had been moving toward for years. Judge Clifton Newman sentenced Rita to 37 years in prison for murder, and he sentenced Larry to 32 years. Both were also given concurrent 20-year sentences on the related count. And while the numbers themselves were important, what mattered even more was the reasoning behind them, because Judge Newman made it clear that drug use was not going to function as a shield in his courtroom. The fact that had been part of the day did not excuse knowingly leaving a helpless child in a car for hours, and it did not soften the horror of what Christina had endured. But one question still hung over the case because it had been there long before the trial ever began, and it was this: who had seen enough to act before August 5th, 2019, and why had Christina still been left in danger? That question had already moved into civil court by 2021 when a lawsuit was filed against the South Carolina Department of Social Services. The lawsuit alleged that DSS had been notified 5 times before Christina's death, and that despite those warnings, meaningful intervention never came. And once that part of the case was opened up, the March 2019 burn incident became impossible to ignore all over again. Christina had come to school with visible burns on her face, neck, and chest, and DSS was contacted, and Rita was told Christina needed medical care. But according to the later civil allegations, Christina returned without having received the treatment she should have gotten, and even after that, she still remained where she had always been, in the same environment, dependent on the same adults, and still exposed to the same risks. Then, in August 2022, another lawsuit followed. This time, a wrongful death and survival action filed on behalf of Christina's estate, and that case named Rita Pangalangan and Larry Eugene King Jr. directly. So now there were 2 legal tracks running alongside each other in the aftermath of Christina's death. One asked what the adults closest to her had done, and the other asked what institutions had failed to do. By late 2024, those civil fights had moved toward a financial resolution. A settlement tied to the wrongful death case and the claims involving DSS totaled around $314,005.82, and about $195,000 of that was expected to come from DSS. On paper, that number represented accountability, at least in the limited way civil cases can force it. It put a value on failure, and it acknowledged that what had happened to Christina did not begin and end inside one car in one afternoon. But money did not answer the real question that kept returning to the center of the story, because the real question was never only how much Christina's estate would receive. The real question was how many chances there had been to stop this before the fatal day ever came, and how a child who had already drawn concern from school staff, social services, and people inside her own home had still ended up exactly where she did. And once that question settled into the case, the story moved beyond one family, one yard, and one courtroom. Because Christina's death also exposed something else, something that reached into the structure of South Carolina law itself. She was 13 years old when she died, and that mattered legally because the more direct CA homicide framework in South Carolina did not neatly fit a case involving a victim her age. That meant prosecutors had to pursue murder, a harder charge in many ways, one that required them to prove a level of malice through conduct, timing, and disregard, rather than through a more tailored child homicide structure. So even after Rita and Larry were convicted, Duffy Stone and others pointed to Christina's case as an example of a legal gap that should not have existed. A child with severe disabilities had died after being left in conditions no reasonable adult could call safe, and yet the law had forced the state into a more difficult path because of a technical age threshold. That was why her case later became tied to efforts to raise that age limit and widen protections for older children, especially vulnerable children who could not protect themselves. And that became part of her legacy. And that brings us to the end of this case. What are your thoughts on this case? Let us know in the comments. If this story shook you, there's more on the channel that dives into cases just as haunting. Don't forget to subscribe, hit that like button, and share this video. It helps keep these stories from being forgotten. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
With this man and talked to him up at the pool, barbecuing. It's kind of shocking. And how do you explain to a child that mom and dad are here one day and gone the next? Those are the real victims of this whole case here, are the children.
December 30th, 2025. The day started like any other, but for Spencer Tepe, it would end in the most horrifying way. When he failed to show up for work, concern quickly turned to panic. A simple welfare check at the Tepe residence in Columbus, Ohio, would soon uncover something far disturbing than anyone could have imagined. Inside the home, police found the lifeless bodies of Monique and Spencer Tepe, two parents who had everything to live for. And as the investigation unfolded, police would find themselves circling one name, her ex-husband, Michael McKee, the man once closest to her, now the prime suspect in a case that would unravel dark secrets no one could have predicted. But before we begin, if you find this video interesting, please give it a like at the end and tell me what you think about the case. It really helps the channel. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from. And don't forget to subscribe for more. Thank you. This video is created solely for educational and documentary purposes. It does not endorse, glorify, or condone any of the criminal actions or individuals described in this case. Viewer discretion is advised. Spencer and Monique Tepe were the kind of couple everyone admired. They lived in the Wineland Park neighborhood of Columbus, Ohio, a place where people knew them as a loving, joyful family. They had married in 2021, but their journey to each other had been a long one, full of twists and turns, setbacks, and a lot of heartache. Monique, at 39 years old, had been through her fair share of disappointments before finding Spencer. As she said in her wedding vows, she had countless bad bumble dates, a string of wrong relationships, and a lot of tears along the way. It had been a hard journey, one that made her wonder if she'd ever find the right person, but when she met Spencer, everything changed. It was worth it, she said, every single cringing moment because it led me to Spencer. Monique believed that God had guided her to Spencer, and as she looked at him on their wedding day, she said, it would be the most magical thing ever. And boy, was that an understatement. Spencer, in return, spoke of their deep connection. In his vows, he promised, I vow to never stop loving you and to always keep working on us. Spencer had always been the type of person to keep working hard for the things he loved, and with Monique, that meant building a life together. His vows were filled with love and warmth, but also a touch of humor. I vow to do my best and always keep making you laugh because your smile is my favorite thing. Spencer, born in Cincinnati, Ohio on December 9, 1988, was a dedicated dentist. He'd earned his degree from Ohio State University, where his passion for dentistry had become more than just a career. It was his calling. But Spencer wasn't just about work. He had a competitive side, always striving to do his best at everything he took on. His love for soccer and golf was well known, and he thrived on competition. But more than that, he was a family man through and through. He enjoyed learning Spanish, and his desire to entertain, to make people laugh, and to care for his loved ones was something everyone admired. Spencer's friends and family described him as someone who always focused on taking care of his family. His family was everything to him. Monique, born on October 14, 1986 in Chicago, Illinois, had moved to Ohio with her family when she was just 1 year old. She was a free spirit in her youth, playing soccer, running, loving horses, and always with a book in hand. Monique grew up with a passion for working with children, and it was no surprise when she pursued a career in early childhood education after earning her master's degree at Ohio State University. She was a stay-at-home mom, known for her infectious laugh, bright smile, and caring heart. Monique's bubbly personality and warm nature made her a favorite among everyone who knew her. When Spencer and Monique met online, it didn't take long for their connection to grow into something much deeper. Together, they built a life full of love and laughter, and in 2022 and 2024, they had 2 young children, a daughter and a son. They poured everything into raising their kids in a home filled with joy and warmth. But just as everything seemed to fall into place, something completely unexpected happened. On the morning of December 30th, 2025, everything changed. Spencer didn't show up for work, and as was typical for him, no one could get in touch with him. This wasn't like him at all. Spencer was a reliable man. His co-workers and boss immediately grew concerned, and with good reason. Spencer had never missed work without notifying anyone. His boss was so worried that he called for a welfare check at the Tepe home, prompting a series of events that would soon reveal a tragedy no one saw coming.
Columbus Police, Tech 107.
Yes, I would like to ask for a wellness check on an individual at their home.
Where are you calling from?
Well, I'm currently in the state of Florida. I'm on vacation, but this individual, Spencer, works with me, and he did not show up to work this morning, and we cannot get a hold of him or his family.
He didn't show up to work?
Correct.
Okay. Does he have medical problems or?
No, and he's been reliable, and we cannot get in touch with him, his wife, his family, anybody that lives in that house.
So
There's
you're
2
in
kids in the
Florida.
home. I'm in Florida. I own the business. I was informed by my employees that he was not at work, and he runs the office.
So did you receive information that he may have been involved in an accident, or?
No, ma'am. I just know that he is he is always on time, and he would contact us if there was any issues whatsoever. And I just don't know how else to say this. We're very, very concerned because this is very out of character. And we can't get in touch with his wife, which is probably the more concerning thing.
Okay, we will send somebody over as soon as we have an officer available, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
The first officer was dispatched to the Tepe residence at 9:15 a.m., but the officer allegedly made a mistake. He went to the wrong address. He knocked on the door, waited, and received no answer. Thinking it was simply a miscommunication, he left the scene, unaware of the dark reality waiting inside.
Unit 43. 30A 980 King, apartment 8, C. Genevieve.
Got it. Anybody home? Anybody home? Bert. Anybody home? Oh, there we go. Anybody home? Yeah. Give the old college try. Mark.
And here's what the police chief had to say about that.
That was dispatched to go to that well-being check. Unfortunately, he did respond to the wrong location initially. He went to the wrong location, and in him believing that he was at the right location, he did everything that he was supposed to do. Knocked on the doors, checked the backyard, did all those things, but it was not the right location.
But when co-workers came to check, they could hear the children crying from inside, so they called 911 again and again.
Hey, what's the emergency there, police or medical?
Maybe both, I guess. I don't know. I'm kind of doing the
We already
wellness.
had a call out there. They knocked on the front door and back door multiple times, and there was no answer.
Yeah, no answer. I can hear kids inside, and I swear I think I heard one yell. but we can't get in. At this point, I don't know if I need to break the door in or just get in the house or what. So.
Okay, were you out there when the police was out there?
I wasn't. I just got here about 5 minutes ago.
Okay, all right, well, we'll send them back out to you.
Okay, thanks.
Bye. Okay, what's the emergency there?
Our boss did not report to work. We haven't been able to get a hold of him for 3 hours. We are on site, and we can hear.
Okay, I just talked to somebody there.
Okay, I was just making sure somebody called.
Yeah, I just got a call from somebody and sent it back up for dispatch.
Okay.
Are you there? Because you're not showing that you're at.
No, I'm en route there. I'm en route there.
Okay, what is your name?
My name is Cam. C-A-M.
Okay, I'll let him know.
Okay, thank you so much.
Bye. We've got several calls on that. What's changed since the last person I talked to?
There's a body. There's a body.
There's a body inside?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me get you on the line with the medic, okay? Stay on the line.
Oh my God.
What's going on there?
There's a body. Our friend wasn't answering his phone. We just did a lot of shit. We just can't hear him. He appears dead. Okay. There's blood. He's laying next to his bed, off of his bed, and there's blood. I can't get closer to see more than that.
Okay, so you can tell he's obviously not breathing or anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it like kind of like you know, does he look like?
It doesn't cuddled. I can't lie.
Okay. All right. I understand. Okay. And then when was the last time somebody spoke to him?
Yesterday, I suppose.
Yesterday. Okay. Yeah. How old is he?
37.
Is he like a drug user or anything like that?
No.
Okay. All right. Just that's a really young age.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. All right. We're on our way.
Okay, and he is a friend of yours, or you work with him?
Yeah. He's a friend. Yeah.
Okay, we do have officers responding there. Do you know if he's been ill or anything like that?
No, I was just visiting yesterday.
Okay. Do you know if he does drugs or anything?
No.
Okay. All right. We'll just talk to the officers when they get there, okay?
Okay.
Thanks.
The officers arrived shortly, but nothing could prepare them for what they would find. Monique and Spencer were lying lifeless on the floor of their bedroom. They had been shot. The scene was grisly, with no sign of forced entry, nothing that suggested a break-in. But the real shock came when the officers examined the scene and found 3 spent 9mm casings near the bodies, each one a haunting reminder of the violence that had unfolded inside their home. What seemed like an ordinary family house was now a crime scene. Despite the horrific discovery, the children, just 4 and 1, were found safe. They hadn't been harmed, though their world had just been shattered. The officers looked around the room, noting the absence of forced entry. There were no signs of a struggle, nothing that screamed robbery, and the hours passed. Investigators quickly turned their focus to Michael McKee, Monique's ex-husband, and as they began to peel back the layers of their past, the truth began to surface, one that nobody saw coming. Friends of Monique recalled how she would often talk about McKee, how she would describe him as a monster who had made her life unbearable. Michael McKee and Monique's marriage in 2015 seemed like the beginning of a new chapter for both of them. But by 2017, their union had dissolved, leaving behind a series of complex and unsettling details that would resurface in the most unexpected way. Michael, a highly accomplished vascular surgeon, was living in Chicago, Illinois, far from the life he once shared with Monique in Columbus, Ohio. Though their divorce was finalized in 2017, it was clear that the separation had been dragging on long before the legal paperwork was signed. Born into an already unusual situation, Michael McKee had been adopted as a young child by an older couple who raised him as their only child in a small, charming city east of Columbus called Zanesville. He became a local sensation by the time he was just in first grade. In 1994, Michael made headlines when he won a poster contest sponsored by the Secretary of State, Bob Taft. His entry, a simple drawing of a smiling bell with the slogan, "Let Freedom Ring," was the beginning of a long streak of public recognition that would follow him throughout his life. As Michael grew, so did his list of accomplishments. At age 13, his photo appeared in the local paper again, this time for receiving an excellent rating at a state science fair held at Ohio University. The following year, he made the front page of the Zanesville newspaper after winning the city's spelling bee. Throughout high school, he earned a top 25 finish in the American History contest at Ohio University, ranked 5th in his class, and received the prestigious Biology Student of the Year award. He was also a standout athlete, spending 3 years on the varsity football team and playing basketball throughout his high school years. By the time Michael enrolled at Ohio State University, he had already cemented his reputation as a high achiever, excelling in both sports and academics. At OSU, Michael continued his upward trajectory, making the honor roll and eventually graduating from the College of Medicine in 2014, at the age of 28, with his medical license in hand. He had become the man everyone in his small town would talk about, the kind of person people pointed to as an example of success, perseverance, and intelligence. However, as Monique's life with him unraveled and their marriage ended, Michael's path would take some unexpected turns that hinted at something more troubling than just a change of scenery. After the divorce in 2017, Michael's life seemed to follow a bizarre and unpredictable pattern. Medical records obtained by USA Today revealed that Michael began bouncing between states, picking up medical licenses in Virginia, California, Maryland, Nevada, and ultimately in Illinois, where he settled. It was strange, almost as if the man who once had a settled, steady career in one place suddenly became a nomadic surgeon. Around the same time, rumors started to surface about Michael's personal life. A woman, claiming to be one of Michael's former partners, posted a TikTok video sharing her experience of dating him.
So crazy story time. So last Sunday, I get a text message from an old coworker that linked this article about a Michael David McKee, and my heart dropped because that's one of my ex-boyfriends, which is pretty insane. I was floored. So just wanted to hop on and talk a little bit about the whole situation. So I dated him around the end of 2017 through a good chunk of 2018, I think. So what I remember of him is he was just like a nice guy. Like, he was quiet, introverted, which there's nothing wrong with that. He was a general surgery resident at the time where I was doing my residency as well. And he was really nice. Like, there was no issues with him. He was always kind and respectful with me. I've been over his house. It's pretty crazy that you never know someone.
But she revealed a few more things they were pretty disturbing.
But long story short, he did tell me a little bit about his divorce at the time. So, and again, I want to preface this with, this is his side of the story. And what he told me was that one day he came home from residency and that Monique had vanished. Like, she took everything. She left the house completely empty and also took their dog. He was just left very stunned because he didn't see this coming, and he was like completely devastated. So again, this is his side of the story, his thing. Not even sure if it's truth, but I do remember him saying that to me. He also, another thing that I remember is that he didn't really talk about his parents. He did tell me he was adopted by an older couple, and he just, like, they were good parents, but he just never talked about them. He never talked to them. He was just much more reserved. He never really, when I asked him more, he just didn't really want to talk about it, so I kind of left it.
But the alleged ex also revealed why she eventually left him too.
This is us celebrating New Year's with a bunch of my friends and family, and this is me right here, and that's him, which is crazy. He also has been to my family home. That's him right there. This is me and my family members. But it's honestly shocking, and I'm grateful that the Lord protected me from moving forward in that relationship. The reason why it ended was I honestly wasn't feeling it. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but he was just kind of boring. And he was very much like kind of surface level. There was no, like, I couldn't go deep with him. And yeah, that's why I couldn't form like a deep connection with him because of that. Like, I think he had a wall up where he just like could not go deep with like any conversations really. So that's why it ended. And I moved up north, and the long distance thing didn't work out either. I'm praying for Monique and the Tepe family and their children. But I don't know, I'm shocked.
But it wasn't just his sudden relocation from state to state that caught attention. It was the mysterious ways he seemed to be evading any responsibility that came his way. In 2017, McKee's name appeared in a medical malpractice lawsuit filed in Nevada, stemming from his time as a surgeon. His former employer was trying to serve him with the legal documents, but there was a problem. McKee was nowhere to be found. Multiple attempts to reach him failed. The address he had provided was either non-existent or fabricated, and the phone number connected to him went straight to a fax machine. And investigators weren't the only ones struggling to track him down. His own attorney, Dan Laird, who had been trying to get in touch with him for months, admitted that McKee had simply disappeared. It was as if McKee was purposefully making himself impossible to locate, and the fact that he'd used fake addresses and unreachable phone numbers raised questions about what he was hiding.
A search for a doctor now accused in connection with a high-profile double murder right here in Columbus. All of it months before police say he shot and killed his ex-wife and her new husband. It's exclusive information we're uncovering tonight. We're talking nearly a dozen failed attempts to serve Surgeon Michael McKee with a malpractice lawsuit out of Nevada. Good evening and thanks for joining us tonight at 6. I'm Rodney Dunnigan.
And I'm Isabel Hanson. The attorney who filed that lawsuit says recent attempts led to fake addresses, questionable state-issued phone numbers, and claims that Dr. McKee had just disappeared. Investigator Lisa Rontola joins us live in studio to break down her findings. Lisa?
Well, months before, police say vascular surgeon Michael McKee killed his ex-wife and her new husband in their Wineland Park home. He was added to a malpractice lawsuit out of Nevada. The lawyer who filed that suit says the normal process to serve Dr. McKee with that suit became very abnormal. In this exclusive interview, Las Vegas lawyer Dan Laird tells me Dr. McKee seemed to have vanished.
Then, investigators turned their attention to the Big Ten championship game. Monique and Spencer had been away in Indiana, but Monique had left early, citing that she was upset by something involving her ex-husband. But the first significant break in the case came from McKee's vehicle. It wasn't long before investigators traced the silver SUV, which had been spotted near the Tipe home just before the murders and leaving shortly after. The vehicle had been caught on surveillance footage on the morning of December 30th, 2025, and while the video was grainy and unclear, there was no doubt that it was McKee's car. What seemed like a random act of violence was beginning to look like a carefully planned, premeditated murder. And he was also seen walking around the area too. But it wasn't just the footage that tied McKee to the scene. The investigators discovered something else. The license plates on McKee's SUV were stolen, and not just from anywhere. One plate had been taken from Ohio and another from Arizona. A quick search revealed that McKee had been using these stolen plates to cover his tracks. As if that wasn't enough, they found a scrape mark on the car, a mark that clearly indicated a sticker had been removed, further suggesting McKee's efforts to mask the vehicle's true identity. Every detail, no matter how small, seemed to point back to him, and the pieces of the puzzle were starting to form a clear, terrifying picture. One of the most unsettling pieces of information came from a conversation Monique had with a friend. McKee had allegedly told Monique that if she ever left him, he would find her and buy the house next to hers. All of this painted a disturbing portrait of a man unable to accept rejection, a man whose emotional obsession and unchecked rage were now beginning to surface in the most violent way. Then came January 9th, 2026. After weeks of surveillance and piecing together the evidence, investigators had their breakthrough. Federal agents, using the data from McKee's vehicle tracking, were able to confirm his movements. The silver SUV that had been seen near the Tepe home on the morning of the murders was traced back to Rockford, Illinois, where McKee worked. This time, there would be no doubt. The agents zeroed in on McKee's location and, in a calculated move, arrested him at his workplace.
This house is the place where memories were made, and now it's a nightmare.
If you knew Monique, you knew this was what happened to her.
Gina Spinelli has been friends with Spencer and Monique Tepe for years and says Mo's smile would light up a room. She explained Mo felt grateful for having Spencer after such a hard first marriage to Michael McKee.
She never called it, I didn't even know his name. She never said Michael. She said my ex. She said he was bad. She said abusive. I don't think I ever got the impression that she was afraid of him. I got the impression that she hated him and that she knew things were bad there, and I don't think it ever fully left her mind. I don't think anyone thought that this was going to happen. I also don't think that she ever thought he would leave her alone for the rest of her life.
Columbus police said there weren't any reports filed regarding abuse or a request for a restraining order against McKee. When Spinelli got the call with the devastating news that two of her dear friends had been killed inside their home, she only thought of one person, the person police arrested Saturday and charged Sunday with premeditated murder.
Do you have any idea why now, after all of these years, that he's accused of doing this heinous act?
I think it's just because everything that everything you see the wedding video, everything that people see is who they really were. And they were so perfect and they were so wonderful. And I think he couldn't live with it. I think he could not fathom her happiness. And she was so happy.
As McKee was taken into custody, the police chief made a statement that would resonate for days to come. This was a targeted, domestic violence-related attack, she said. McKee hadn't just killed Monique and Spencer. He had executed a plan, one that had been building for years.
Terry, 39-year-old Michael McKee expected to go before a judge here in Rockford, Illinois later this afternoon to determine if he can be returned to Ohio. Now, we do have new information. Murder charges against McKee were upgraded less than 24 hours ago to include premeditated aggravated murder, which could possibly include the death penalty. McKee is accused of shooting to death his ex-wife, Monique Tepe, and her husband, Spencer Tepe, December 30th in their Wyland Park home, while the two young kids slept a few feet away. The children were unharmed. McKee was arrested in Rockford on Saturday, where he works as a vascular surgeon at a practice in town. He was living in a luxury Chicago apartment in Lincoln Park. Neighbors there shocked after hearing about the arrest.
I sat down with this man and talked to him up at the pool, barbecuing. It's kind of shocking. And how do you explain to a child that mom and dad are here one day and gone the next? Those are the real victims of this whole case here, are the children.
No, Columbus police say they identified a car owned by McKee not far from the Tepe's home around the time of the murder and then tracked the vehicle to Illinois. They have not released a motive in this case as of yet. Now, Columbus police have been here in Rockford since Saturday working on this case, and if McKee is able to be extradited to Ohio, they will return him and take him to the Franklin County Jail.
And now, as he stood facing charges for their murders, it became all too clear that McKee had been stalking his ex-wife long before that fateful morning in December. McKee, now facing the full weight of the law, stood in front of a judge for his first court appearance on January 23, 2026. The charges against him were severe: 4 counts of aggravated murder and 1 count of aggravated burglary. But McKee, ever defiant, pleaded not guilty to all of them. His attorney, Diane Menashe, a woman known for her aggressive, no-nonsense approach to criminal defense, stood beside him, ready for the fight ahead. McKee, a man of confidence and arrogance, wasn't going to admit defeat just yet, and with Diane Menashe in his corner, he felt even more certain that he could hold his ground.
We're on the record. Make your parents call your first case, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Stephen Schott, Dan Letter, Shayla Faber for the state. First case before the court, State of Ohio versus Michael McKee. It's 26 CR 253. There are 5 counts. 4 counts of aggravated murder, unclassified felonies, and 1 count of aggravated burglary, felony 1. Each of these counts come with a 3 and a 6-year firearm specification.
Thank you. Counsel, please make your appearance.
Thank you, Your Honor. Diane Menashe on behalf of Michael McKee.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with respect to the allegations, we would acknowledge receipt, waive reading, enter not guilty pleas to all counts contained therein. We would also waive bond at this time, although we certainly reserve the right to raise that at a later date. The plea of not guilty form has been executed and signed on behalf of my client. Nothing further.
Thank you, Counsel. I've signed the not guilty plea. I'm signing the bond form indicating that bond has been waived. Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Next case, please.
Menashe, with a reputation as a shark in the courtroom, wasted no time in setting the stage for a long and drawn-out legal battle. She is a seasoned attorney, one who had taken on some of the most high-profile cases, including death penalty trials, and had a knack for turning the tables when the odds were stacked against her. But as the trial moved forward, the evidence against McKee became harder and harder to ignore. Phone records were one of the first pieces of evidence that made the case against McKee so airtight. Investigators had discovered that McKee's phone had shown absolutely no activity for 17 hours during the exact time frame when Monique and Spencer were murdered. It was a glaring red flag. For someone so connected, so engaged in his world, to vanish from all digital communication was more than suspicious. It was a clear indication that McKee had purposefully disconnected himself from everything, ensuring that there would be no trace of his movements during the critical period of the murders. For investigators, it was a crucial piece of the puzzle. Then came the next shocking revelation. During a search of McKee's property, investigators found a firearm that was linked to the crime scene. The gun, a weapon consistent with the one believed to have been used to kill Monique and Spencer, was found hidden among McKee's belongings. The discovery was a devastating blow to the defense. There was no explaining away the fact that the weapon used in the murders was in McKee's possession. But even with all this, McKee's defense is prepared to fight. Menashe had seen it all before, and she wasn't about to back down. In the coming weeks and months, we expect more details to surface on this case. And that brings us to the end of this case. What are your thoughts on this case? Let us know in the comments. If this story shook you, there's more on the channel that dives into cases just as haunting. Don't forget to subscribe, hit that like button, and share this video. It helps keep these stories from being forgotten. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Parents who locked their 10-year-old son in a dark room and down to just 36 pounds. After just one day of gut-wrenching testimony, they pleaded guilty to the charges that will keep them behind bars for decades. And I'm going to break down the horrifying abuse hidden behind their picture-perfect home and the boy who fought to survive.
On the morning of May 12, 2023, in Griffin, Georgia, a woman noticed something that did not make sense because a small barefoot child was walking alone outside. He looked much younger than 10, and he looked weak in a way that instantly made people stop and pay attention. This was a child who looked like he had been carrying something far bigger than fear. By the time he reached the hospital, he weighed about 36 pounds, and what should have been one of the safest places in his life had already become the reason he was standing on the edge of medical collapse. But what made this case even more disturbing was this was not the result of one bad day. It had been building for years, hidden behind the walls of a house that looked completely ordinary from the outside. And once investigators started pulling that house apart, they realized this child had not just run away, he had escaped a house of horror. But before we begin, if you find this video interesting, please give it a like at the end and tell me what you think about the case. It really helps the channel. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from. And don't forget to subscribe for more. Thank you. This video is created solely for educational and documentary purposes. It does not endorse, glorify, or condone any of the criminal actions or individuals described in this case. Viewer discretion is advised. On the morning of Friday, May 12, 2023, on Westminster Circle in Griffin, Georgia, what should have been an ordinary start to the day turned into the moment this entire case finally broke open because a neighbor noticed a child outside alone. And almost immediately, she could tell something was wrong. He was barefoot, he was wearing oversized clothes, and he looked so small that she did not believe he could be 10 years old, which was the age he actually was. From where she stood, he looked much younger, and not just because of his size, but because there was a frailty about him that did not match a child simply wandering too far from home. So instead of brushing it off, she paid attention, and that decision changed everything. As she and others moved closer, they asked him if he was okay, and the first answers they got made it clear that this was not a child out on a harmless errand, because he said he was hungry, and then he said he was going to the Kroger store to get food. That alone was alarming, but what came next made the situation feel immediately more serious because he also asked them not to send him back, and he begged them not to tell his parents. The people standing there already understood that this little boy was not trying to get home. He was trying to get away from it. Then she gave him water and crackers while she called 911, and that call became the first official record of the fear this child was carrying with him into the street.
And this is where Tyler was living, and of course the latest incident was when that 10-year-old confined at that home got away and was later found by a neighbor who then called 911.
Communications, how can I help you?
The 911 call came in at 8:51 Friday morning. On the line, a Griffin woman who found a 36-pound boy outside her home.
I just had a child walk past my house alone, a small child, and we went out to see if everything was okay, and he's asking us not to tell his parents. I don't know who his parents are, but he's asking to please not take him home.
The neighbor listened to the boy, and according to the radio log, police arrived 10 minutes later and took the child.
Not long after that, officers arrived on Westminster Circle. He was visibly thin. His skin showed unusual discoloration, while others noted visible injuries, so the officers' focus shifted almost immediately from figuring out where he lived to getting him medical help as fast as possible.
Here.
So 17 on file down there.
Griffin police say they were called to Westminster Circle on May 12, 2023. A neighbor found 10-year-old Evan Shinley walking barefoot without shoes and socks, described as bruised, hungry, and terrified.
In 23 years, I've never seen a kid in this condition.
Sergeant Chris Webb's body camera recorded the moment he met Evan at a neighbor's home.
He was so small and tiny. He was determined not to go back to where he was.
A paramedic testified Evan wore toddler-sized clothes despite being 10.
What really struck me is he had on a 5T shirt and a size 5'6" shorts, and the shorts were too big for him.
He was first taken to Wellstar Spalding Regional Hospital in Griffin, where he was stabilized. And then, because of how severe his condition was, he was transferred to Children's Healthcare of Atlanta for more advanced treatment. At that point, the numbers and medical findings told their own story, because this 10-year-old boy weighed about 36 pounds, his heart rate was described as extremely low, and he was suffering from severe malnutrition. By then, nobody looking at the case could reasonably frame this as ordinary neglect, and nobody could write it off as a temporary lapse in care, because what responders and medical staff were seeing pointed to something that had been happening over time. And once people started looking inside that house, the case got even harder to process. He was locked in his room, and that room came with almost none of the basic things you would expect any child to have. He had no normal access to food, and there was no light, and there was no hot or warm running water. He had little to no human interaction, and no normal bathroom access, and no outside view, and no real way to leave on his own. The windows had been screwed shut, and they had been covered with film, so whatever connection he might have had to the outside world was blocked off. The hot water handles had been removed, leaving only cold water. Inside the room, there was a mattress, a puppy pad, and one book. There was no bedding, and there were no light bulbs. And once you put those details together, the room stopped feeling like a room in the normal sense of the word. It felt more like a holding space, something stripped down until almost nothing comforting or human was left in it. He was being denied food, and some of the details that later came out said he had been given rotten food items at times, and that he was made to eat apart from the rest of the family. So even when food entered the picture, it still came with separation and humiliation. Then there was the condition of his body, which showed that this was not just about confinement, but about long-term neglect that had gone untreated. One of the details tied to the case was that he had dental injury and disfigurement, and medical attention had been withheld.
Came the crime scene investigator. She showed jurors photos from inside the Shinley's home. Every child's room filled with toys and clothes, except for one, which prosecutors explained.
That one bedroom was the epicenter of everything bad in this house.
A bare mattress, a puppy pad on the floor, and a single window frosted.
So you could not see in or out. Okay. Could the window be open? No, ma'am. Why not? They could have been nailed shut.
As for the bathroom,
he had no light fixtures in there to be able to turn them on or off. He had no toilet paper, no towels, no shower curtain. He had no access to hot water. The only thing he had in his bathroom was a Batman cup.
his door with a lock on the outside.
There were scratch marks on the bottom of his door.
Before court adjourned, one final image, a family picture tree found in the Shinley's bedroom. Every child's photo faced forward, except one. Prosecutors say Evans was turned backwards.
At the center of the home were Tyler Shindley and Krista Shindley, and by the time the case became public, the picture that emerged was of a blended family that had grown over time. The family itself carried the kind of outward profile that often made people assume everything was under control. In the years before the case exploded publicly, Tyler and Krista appeared settled and structured, and that image mattered because it helped explain why the reality inside the home remained hidden for as long as it did. They had ties to True Rest spa locations in places like Peachtree City, McDonough, and Tennessee, which gave the appearance of a family that was not only functioning, but thriving. Together, the household included 7 children, made up of 2 biological children and 5 adopted children. The 10-year-old boy at the center of the case was part of the adopted sibling group, and he had not come into the family alone. He came alongside younger siblings, including 2 sets of twins. But before the adoption of those 5 children, Tyler already had 2 sons from a previous marriage, and Krista had 1 biological son from a previous relationship, and that son was Ethan Washburn. The more the story opened up, the more a chilling pattern began to form around that 10-year-old boy, because it no longer looked like random cruelty or a household spinning out of control. It looked personal. It looked selective.
Behind bars here at the Spalding County Jail, and the arrest warrant is pretty horrifying. It reads the Shinleys locked their son in his room with no food, hot water, or even clothing. He's 10 years old. Neighbors say he looked closer to 6.
It's enough to break your heart.
Matt Siegler is disturbed when he hears his next-door neighbors are accused of trying to starve their young son to death.
It's just not right for a parent to treat the kids like that.
Fox 5 got copies of the arrest warrants against Tyler and Krista Shinley. According to the warrants, the couple intentionally withheld food and hot water and locked him in his room for extended periods of time with no lights or even clothes at their home in Griffin.
It's just a terrible situation.
Police say a neighbor found the boy wandering on Westminster Circle. He's 10 years old. He only weighed 36 pounds.
We thought that he was 6 or 7.
The warrants also read the couple was aware their son had dental injuries and disfiguration, but did not provide medical treatment. According to the warrants, the couple inflicted against the boy with other children present. The boy was so badly malnourished, the DA said Tuesday, it's one of the worst cases of she has ever seen.
It is my true belief that had he not gotten out of the home, that this case would be a very different one.
Anybody that does that to a child or to anybody, I hope they get the due punishment.
He was described as the sacrificial lamb and as the cost of adopting the twins, and the most stripped-down explanation for what had happened to him was because they didn't want him. Once those words entered the story, they changed how everything else was understood. The hidden room no longer looked like an isolated horror. The hunger no longer looked like neglect drifting out of control. The fear he showed when strangers tried to help him no longer looked like panic in a single moment. It all started to look connected.
Neighbors believe there may be even more secrets hidden behind these 4 walls.
I can't even.
Kim Siegler lives next door to Krista and Tyler Shinley, parents accused of trying to kill their 10-year-old child.
I can't explain to you how shocked we were, okay? I've really been affected by this.
A case so bad, the district attorney getting emotional during a news conference announcing the arrest on Tuesday.
This case is disturbing. It's heartbreaking. I have tried many in my career, and this child was simply put being starved to death.
On Friday morning, Siegler says her neighbor saw a small boy walking in the road barefoot.
She was thinking that was kind of odd.
More than odd, the little guy was starving. The neighbor ran out, scooped him up, and called 911. Police say he begged them not to take him back home.
To give you some context, I have a 9-year-old, and she currently weighs 76 pounds. This 10-year-old little boy weighed 36.
Warrants allege the child was locked away for days at a time over several years with no food, water, toilet paper, or even light. And while I was talking to Siegler next door about the she mentioned this.
Then they had a teenage son that we have not seen since January. Yeah. I mean, he's only 14.
She says the last time they saw him was a couple days after an EF3 tornado hit their neighborhood, knocking out power for weeks. He asked to use their phone to call his parents.
He said, sure you can. What's wrong? And he said, oh, well, they're on a cruise and I can't, they don't know that I'm okay. And he'd been over there the whole week.
Siegler says when the couple returned from their cruise, she saw them leaving the next night with their camper. As for the young man,
have not seen.
But to really understand how this got as far as it did, you had to go back to the period before that barefoot walk on May 12th, 2023. Before he disappeared behind the walls of that house, he had still been visible to other adults, and one of the places where that became clear was Rock Spring Elementary School. School staff had reportedly been seeing the same problems again and again, and the pattern was hard to ignore. He was often hungry, and he was often upset, and he would ask for food in a way that stood out. He came to school with scraps for lunch, and there were concerns that he was not allowed to eat school lunch. That is where Sofia Gutierrez, a counselor at Rock Spring Elementary, became one of the most important people in the early timeline, because she did not just observe the situation and quietly feel uneasy about it. She acted. According to the case details, Sofia emailed the caseworker and wrote, "Please do not allow them to adopt him. I don't think they love him." And she did not stop there. She said she only wanted the kids, the sisters, the twins, and he was being forced on her. Then the story widened beyond the school and into the foster care side of things, and that is where Wayne Naugle and Families for Families came into the picture. At first, the Shinleys seemed like the kind of family who looked good on paper, and that was part of the problem, because on paper they looked stable enough, structured enough, and prepared enough to be trusted. But then concerns started surfacing, and according to Naugle, the child himself raised issues that led the agency to believe he did not feel safe in that home. By 2020, those concerns had escalated far enough that the agency pulled the family's foster home license, and that should have been a major stopping point in the story. But it was not. The adoption still went through. Then there was another layer of frustration. The adoption records were sealed. And some of the paperwork that might have shown who knew what and when remained out of public view. And that left the story with a terrible feeling to it, because by the time the public first saw this boy in crisis in May 2023, there had already been earlier moments where people saw enough to be alarmed and enough to try to stop what was happening, but those warnings did not hold. But then he was pulled from school, and once that happened, one of the few places where his condition had been visible began to disappear. And then COVID hit, which made an already dangerous situation even easier to hide inside, and he completely fell off the radar. Then, in October 2020, the family moved to 1705 Westminster Circle, where his concealment was deepened. Then, as more people connected to the family began speaking, the picture widened. One of Tyler's older sons later described physical and emotional abuse, and Tyler's ex-wife described children returning to her in poor condition.
I tracked down Tyler Shinley's ex-wife, Melissa Waynette, who shared 3 kids with Tyler.
Every time I tried to state that I didn't think they were being treated correctly, they always said it's not.
Waynette is not the mom of the 10-year-old boy, now recovering at the hospital, but she told me 2 of her boys were living in Griffin with Tyler until recently. She said her oldest son left the home 2 years ago. The other flew back to her in Ohio just 2 months ago.
They just called me one day and said, pick him up at the airport tonight, and sent him with nothing. So I don't really know why the decision was made to send him away. My older son ran away from home when he was 17 and was able to find me through social media.
While Tyler Shinley faces attempted murder and child cruelty charges, Melissa is grateful her kids and the other children Tyler shared with Krista are all okay.
It's a lot for them. It's a lot for the kids right now. But there is relief that it's finally, I know my kids are safe. I know all the kids are safe.
Yeah.
I hate it had to get this far.
She hated it had to get this far. Back here live in Griffin, she said when her 2 boys were living here in Griffin, she learned early on of issues. She tried to report those, but nothing came from her report. I did reach out to investigators today. They told me that they will update the public soon. They are still reviewing this case. They should have an update in the next couple days.
And while that work was unfolding behind the scenes, another major step had already been taken inside the home itself, because all of the children were removed from the house. Then another name entered the story, and that name was Ethan Washburn. Ethan was Krista's biological son and had been arrested in Tennessee on June 6, 2023. And that arrest was publicly announced on June 12, 2023, with authorities saying he had been charged with aggravated assault in connection with the case for strangling and choking his little brother.
Now, a young man is incarcerated in jail along with his mother and stepfather, charged in connection to a horrific case of child abuse out of Metro Atlanta. Ethan Washburn is accused of beating his brother. his little brother over the span of 3 years. The same 10-year-old who Griffin police say was being starved to death by his own parents.
One of the early turning points in that public unraveling came at the press conference, where authorities began explaining just how serious the child's condition had been when he was found.
The time he was taken to the hospital, he only weighed 36 pounds. Like I said, this is really early in this case. The investigation is active and ongoing. However, I can let you know that the parents, Tyler and Krista Shinley, have been arrested and have been charged with the following charges: attempted murder in the second, or homicide in the second degree, attempted malice murder, cruelty to children in the first degree, cruelty to children in the second degree, cruelty to children in the third degree, battery, simple battery, and false imprisonment.
Good afternoon. I understand and was briefly addressed at the beginning that there was some confusion as to the charges because of how they were listed on the sheriff's website. It's an interesting note that in the state of Georgia, we don't have attempted murder under that statute. You have to charge the criminal attempt to commit a felony, that felony being murder. And I believe the intention is to release the warrants to you so you can see how that is charged. The child is still alive. When he reported to the hospital, as was briefly mentioned, his heart rate was extremely low. He was extremely malnourished, and they had to stabilize him here at Spalding. He has then been transferred to another hospital where he is receiving treatment.
Is the child the intended murder victim?
Yes. The state alleges in the warrants, and it is my office's decision to move forward on the criminal attempt for malice murder for starvation. The child was being starved to death is what we will argue.
How long do you believe the child was deprived of food?
The child has not even been interviewed yet to get a firm timeline, to just be candid. So I don't want to go into that specific. But when he is released, we will have a full forensic interview with him and we'll be able to know more about those details.
Can you say how the child managed to get away?
The child somehow escaped, and he was walking the street trying to get to Kroger to get food when some individuals that lived in the area found him, and very good people that they are brought him in and got him some water and some crackers and reported it to police, and we're very thankful to them. What I will say is this case is disturbing. It's heartbreaking. I have tried many cases in my career, and this child was simply put being starved to death. And it is tragic. To give you some context, I have a 9-year-old and she currently weighs 76 pounds. This 10-year-old little boy weighed 36.
Do you believe the doors were locked?
Hang on, y'all. I'm so sorry. Let me go with you first, and then Ms. Matthews, I'll go to you. And then Ms. Gunnels to you.
Do you believe the doors were locked, or how was the child being kept in the home?
We do have evidence of confinement, but I don't want to go into too many details about that. But there is evidence to support the idea that the child was confined, yes. And I believe there is a warrant for false imprisonment. That would give you a little bit more detail on that. It's heartbreaking. I mean, as a mother, I can't comprehend it. But as a human being, it breaks your heart. We aren't releasing any photos of this child for obvious reasons, but I will tell you the photos are absolutely horrible. And anyone with a human heart that looks at them should be shaken to their core.
That legal explanation helped frame why the case was being treated with such severity from the beginning, because the condition of the boy, the length of the alleged abuse, and the circumstances of his confinement all pushed it far beyond a basic neglect case.
What condition was the home in?
I mean, the home itself was okay. I mean, but I don't want to get into too much detail about that. But the home itself was okay, but there's a lot more to that will come out as the case unfolds.
Well, I'm wondering, is there like food rationing, locks on the cabinets, anything like that?
And I know y'all are wanting answers to these questions, but understand that not only is my role as district attorney, but because this is a case involving just very little talking about the specifics that I can give you.
Both parents were The father voluntarily came to the police department to talk to us once we had gotten notified of this incident. He was arrested and taken into custody at the police department. And the mother was transported as well to the police department. Once we interviewed her, she was arrested and taken into custody from the police department.
And when was that? When was that?
May the 12th, on Friday.
The same day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what investigation, are you looking into see how this even was allowed to happen? Were people not checking on this? I mean, it's hard to imagine how this could continue this long and nobody came forward.
I agree with you. We're looking into that, interviewing neighbors, that kind of thing, trying to find how that happened. The children were homeschooled.
What was the length of time of confinement?
We're not sure at this time.
We've heard this reporter say this was 3 or 4 years. Is that what you're going with?
I'm not sure at this time. I can't answer that.
And part of, I'll stand with her on this, part of it is because we still have to forensically interview these children to narrow down the timeline. So I understand that the child has been in a hospital, so we haven't been able to forensically interview him yet. As soon as we do, we'll be able to answer more of the timeline.
Have the parents made any statements to explain what this is all about?
We have spoken to the parents. We have interviewed them, but I can't discuss what they've disclosed at this time.
Somebody asked a question. I'm sorry, I can't recall.
Then came the first court appearance on May 23rd. They appeared for what was expected to be a bond hearing, but they did so without legal representation. The judge addressed them directly and made it clear that the case would be coming back before the court, and that by the next date, he expected them to have counsel and be prepared to move forward.
All rise. Bonner County Superior Court's now in session. The Honorable Ben D. Coker presiding.
Good morning. You may be seated. Court calls the case of the state of Georgia versus Tyler Shinley and Krista Shinley, case numbers 23 FAH 0838 and 23 FAH 0839. If you have a cell phone, please silence it now. If it goes off again in my courtroom, you're subject to being held in contempt. Is the state ready?
Kate Leonard on behalf of the state. We are, Your Honor.
Mr. Shinley and Ms. Shinley, are you ready to proceed? I do not see that you're represented, and I've checked the court's file, and I do not see an entry of appearance. You're on for a statutory bond hearing this morning in front of me. What are you doing, Mr. Shinley, to gain representation in this case?
I've requested a power of attorney so that I can get funds for a private attorney. I have it ready. I just have to get the funds sent to have an attorney present.
Ms. Shinley, what are you doing to gain representation in your case, ma'am?
The same thing.
Okay. Do you wish to have this case continued so that you may get representation? Given the nature of the charges, it would probably be advisable, Mr. and Ms. Shinley, to have representation. You have the absolute right to represent yourself. However, it's not always advisable to do so. I will continue this matter until June 12th at 9 a.m., at which time I expect you to have representation, and we'll go forward with this case. Any objections from the state?
No, Your Honor. We defer to the court.
Any objections from you, Mr. Shinley? No. Any objections from you, Mr. Shinley? All right, the case will be continued until June 12th at 9 a.m. Court will take a brief recess to allow the camera and media crews to exit the courtroom.
A new hearing date was set for June 12, 2023 at 9 a.m.
A judge today denied bond for a Griffin couple accused of starving their 10-year-old son. Fox 5's Doug Evans has more on the hearing. It was the first time the couple has appeared in public since their arrests.
An uphill legal battle for the Shinleys, who appeared before a judge in Griffin and asked to be released on bond. They had no lawyer, called no witnesses, and gave the judge no assurances that if he let them out,
they'd behave themselves. Krista and Tyler Shinley are accused of starving their 10-year-old son, who a neighbor found wandering down the street, emaciated and hungry last May. Authorities say the boy weighed just 36 pounds. At the bond hearing, prosecutors argued that the couple was a flight risk, capable of intimidating witnesses, including their other 4 children. The judge agreed and added his belief that they'd be a threat to the community as well if set free on bond. The Shinleys are charged with attempted murder, false imprisonment, and cruelty to children. Arrest warrants accuse the couple of locking the boy in his room for extended periods without food and water. The couple's son, Ethan Washburn, has also been charged in the case with aggravated assault against the same child. As for the little boy, there was no mention in court as to his current health and recovery. The next legal step for the Shinleys is a preliminary hearing, which they'll wait for, locked up in jail.
At the same time, another kind of collapse was happening outside the courtroom, and that was the collapse of the Shinleys' public image and business associations. The family had ties to True Rest spa locations, and once the case became public, there was fallout there too. Statements were made distancing the business from Tyler and Krista, management ties were reportedly cut, and people connected to the business publicly expressed shock.
Good evening, my name's Tim, and this is my partner Sean. We are the owners of True Rest in McDonough and Peachtree City.
We wanted to take a moment to address the community in light of recent events. We were unaware of the revelations surrounding our management team in McDonough and Peachtree until the news broke. Once it did, we've taken swift, decisive, and firm action.
We have terminated any and all affiliations, partnerships, and financial relationship with the involved individuals. They are completely dissociated from both businesses.
They would not be receiving any revenue, royalties, or payments going forward for either business. Additionally, we will be suspending all operations until May 30th.
We are taking this time to grieve for the victims and thoroughly train new management. This comes as a shocking reminder to us that things aren't always what they seem.
This reinforces our commitment to maintain the highest level of compassion, integrity, and respect for our clients, employees, and communities we serve.
By the time this case finally reached trial in late April and early May of 2025, nearly 2 years had passed since that morning on Westminster Circles. And from the start, the contrast was sharp. The state opened by returning to the image of the house itself, because from the outside, it looked like the picture of a stable family home.
That when he is found walking down the street alone, barefoot, in size 5T clothing that hangs off of his little frame, that he's hungry, and that all he asks is to be fed and to not have to go back home. You're going to see photographs through the course of this case that show that he's covered from the top of his head to the soles of his feet in injuries. You're going to hear how the defendants violated law after law, both moral law as well as the rules that are set forth by the state of Georgia, and how they did it intentionally. Because you're going to hear that they never wanted and they never hid it. They told person after person that they did not want was their sacrificial lamb because they wanted the twins. But was the cost. Was the cost of adopting the twins. But you're going to hear that the person who paid the cost was not Tyler Shinley, and was not Krista Shinley, but himself. You're going to hear about his life. You're going to hear about the cruel and malicious things that were done to him because they didn't want him, because he was difficult, because they couldn't control him no matter how hard they tried. You're going to hear how the perfect facade of 1705 Westminster Circle is just that, a facade. Because the defendants didn't need anything to take care of. They chose not to. They chose not to deal with him, to lock him in that one room, put him out of sight, out of mind. And if died, so the better.
Then the defense got up, and Krista was described as not a monster. The argument was that she had always wanted a big family, that she had tried to build one, and that she had asked for help and had not received it.
Washburn Shinley is not a monster, ladies and gentlemen. Krista did not set out to adopt or foster any of these children with the intent to commit the acts alleged in the indictment. All Krista ever wanted was a big family, one that included lots of children, even if it meant that they had to adopt and foster. They said, well, we have another kid, and he is the older sibling of the 2 sets of twins, and his name is yes, do have a lot of problems, behavioral issues, as the state just told you. So I won't get into all of that because they already just told you. And yes, they did tell Krista that he had those problems. However, what they didn't tell Krista was the severity of the problems. She was super, super concerned about what was going on, about the obsession with food, about all the behavioral issues, not only at school, but at home as well. Her cries for help went unanswered. Unanswered. She begged them to help. Not just her, but also she went as far as to do her own independent research to see what could possibly be wrong with Evan. Because when she did take him to the doctor, every time she would take him, everything was always considered to be undeterminable. When Krista got he was 5 years old. And doctors don't like to diagnose children with a lot of psychiatric diagnoses at such a young age. And you'll hear also all about that. At the end of the day, like I told you guys, her prayers, her wishes, her cries for help went unanswered. Not having the proper tools that she needed to not just comfort, but to calm him also. She was overwhelmed, is what Krista was. But Krista never intentionally starved.
On May 1st, 2025, both Tyler Shindley and Krista Shindley entered non-negotiated guilty pleas. And the charges they pleaded guilty to showed just how serious the case had been from the start. Both pleaded guilty to 4 counts of first-degree cruelty to children, 2 counts of false imprisonment, 1 count of criminal attempt to commit felony, 1 count of aggravated battery, and 1 count of family violence battery. Krista also entered guilty pleas to additional aggravated assault charges, which reflected the broader harm alleged in the home beyond the central starvation case. Then the sentence came down. Tyler Shindley and Krista Shindley were each sentenced to 40 years in prison, followed by 20 years on probation. The other counts ran concurrently, which meant they were wrapped into that overall sentence rather than stacked one after another into separate long terms. So legally, that was the end of the criminal case. The people at the center of it had pleaded guilty, the court had sentenced them, and the record was now fixed. Because once the courtroom part was over, the story went back to the foster agency that said it warned them too. It went back to the fact that the foster home license had been pulled, and yet the adoption still happened. It went back to the 3 DFCS investigations that were ruled unfounded, and to the records that remained sealed even after the case exploded into public view. And that is where the case stays heavy, because even after the guilty pleas and the sentencing, there were still parts of the story that never fully opened up. Many of the records remained sealed. Some of the clearest documentary answers stayed out of reach. So the final question was never only how something this brutal happened inside one house on Westminster Circle. The final question was how many openings there had been to stop it before that child finally stepped into the street and asked strangers for food, and how many children are also going through the same experience until it is too late. And that brings us to the end of this case. What are your thoughts on this case? Let us know in the comments. If this story shook you, there's more on the channel that dives into cases just as haunting. Don't forget to subscribe, hit that like button, and share this video. It helps keep these stories from being forgotten. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. At 6 o'clock on the evening of June 30th, 2005, 19-year-old Jenny Nickel walked out of her family home in Richmond, North Yorkshire, kissed her mother goodbye, and said she would not be back that night. Her mother watched her go, believing she would see her again in the morning, but she never returned. 4 days later, her white Rover 214i was discovered sitting quietly in the car park of a local pub, locked and abandoned.
She left home telling her parents she'd be spending the night with friends. They assume she left in her white P-Reg Rover 214i. She hasn't been seen since.
Nothing to suggest why she would disappear. She just didn't.
Then, 9 days after Jenny had last been seen, her mobile phone came back to life. Messages were sent. They came from near the Scottish border, from places far enough away to suggest distance, independence, maybe even escape. One message read, "I'm living in Scotland with my boyfriend." Another said, "I'm not coming back." And then there was the line that cut through everything. "The police won't find me." For a brief, fragile moment, her parents allowed themselves to believe that she was alive, that this was rebellion rather than tragedy, that their daughter had chosen to disappear. But the words were wrong. Someone had tried to sound like Jenny. Someone had tried to create the illusion of a girl still breathing somewhere in Scotland. Those messages were meant to buy time. They were meant to convince the world that Jenny Nickel had simply walked away. But the man behind the messages, the murderer and master planner, was someone no one saw coming. But before we begin, if you find this video interesting, please give it a like at the end and tell me what you think about the case. It really helps the channel. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from. And don't forget to subscribe for more. Thank you. This video is created solely for educational and documentary purposes. It does not endorse, glorify, or condone any of the criminal actions or individuals described in this case. Viewer discretion is advised. Richmond, North Yorkshire, was the kind of place where people recognized each other in the high street and remembered what you ordered at the pub, and nothing about it suggested the sort of story that would one day draw national attention. Jenny Nickel had grown up in that calm rhythm. She was 19, worked at the local co-op stacking shelves and chatting with customers she had known for years, and spent her evenings playing guitar in pub bands where regulars would nod along because they had watched her grow from a teenager into a confident young woman with a stage presence that surprised people. She loved music, especially the older rock her parents had played at home, and she loved camping because it gave her space and independence, and she had a habit of disappearing into the countryside with friends for a night, and coming back the next day with stories that were half-told and slightly guarded. She was social, but she was also private. Friends later said she did not always confide in them, and even her parents admitted there were parts of her life they did not fully see, which at 19 did not feel unusual. She lived with her parents, Anne and Brian Nickel, on Bolton Avenue in a house that had been their base for years. On June 30th, 2005, she told her mother she was staying with friends. She carried what looked like camping gear, which did not alarm anyone because she had done it before, and she left at around 6 in the evening with the casual certainty of someone who expected to return. The next day, Jenny was supposed to pick up a friend for a night out, and when she did not arrive, it felt inconvenient at first, then slightly odd, and then worrying. So calls were made and messages were sent, but there was no reply. However, it was still possible that she had stayed somewhere overnight and forgotten to check in, so her family waited, and then they waited some more. And as the hours stretched into days, it became obvious that something had gone terribly wrong. By July 4th, Anne reported her daughter missing because there had been no contact at all, and that same day she went out searching herself, moving through familiar streets with a growing sense of dread. It was Anne who found the white Rover 214i sitting quietly in the car park of the Holly Hill Inn pub, and the sight of it changed everything. The car was locked, there was no broken glass, and there were no obvious signs of a struggle, and nothing inside the vehicle told a clear story. It looked as though it had simply been parked there and left, and that was the first real crack in the narrative. because if Jenny had left voluntarily, she would not have abandoned her car without a word, and if something had happened to her suddenly, there would likely have been signs of disruption. So, an incident room was established at Richmond Police Station, and 20 officers were assigned to the case. Officers went door to door, speaking to neighbors who had known Jenny for years, and they visited the pubs where she played guitar and where she was recognized by name, asking the same questions over and over in the hope that someone had seen her, spoken to her, or noticed something that had not seemed important at the time. Jenny was not a stranger in Richmond, and that was what made the absence so unsettling, because in a town like that, someone always saw something. So detectives began piecing together her last known movements, and as they did, one location surfaced again and again in quiet conversations. Sandbeck Plantation. Sandbeck Plantation was not just another patch of countryside. It was a dense woodland area on the edge of town, crisscrossed with narrow paths and thick undergrowth, and it was known to a small circle of locals who used it as a place to gather, drink, camp, and escape the routine of daily life. Among those locals were David Hodgson and his brother, Robert, who had built rough wooden huts there over the years, simple shelters tucked into the trees, hidden enough to feel private but familiar enough to return to. Jenny's parents went there themselves, not because police asked them to, but because waiting at home had become unbearable. They walked through the woodland calling her name, pushing through damp undergrowth, scanning the ground for anything that did not belong. And it was there, beneath leaves darkened by rain and pressed into the soil, that they found items that stopped them cold. There were cosmetics, there was a nightdress. They were not laid out in plain sight, but partially concealed, as though someone had taken care to push them out of view. Police were called immediately, and the area was sealed. What had been woodland now became a potential scene of significance, and officers began systematic searches that stretched far beyond the initial discovery. More than 150 acres were combed through methodically, and soldiers from nearby Catterick Garrison were brought in to assist, moving in lines across the terrain and checking every clearing, every ditch, every hidden corner that might hold an answer. They searched caves, they checked marshland, they examined disused mine shafts, and they returned again and again to the huts that David and Robert had built, looking for anything that tied Jenny to that place in a way that could not be explained away. However, for all the manpower and all the hours poured into the operation, there was no trace of her. There was no confirmed site where something had happened, no discovery that explained how she had vanished, and no clear sign that told investigators whether she had been harmed there or whether something had occurred elsewhere entirely. And so the plantation became both a focal point and a frustration, because it was the first location that felt close to Jenny's final movements, and yet it offered no resolution. As officers retraced Jenny's movements and mapped out the people in her life, a name surfaced that shifted the direction of the investigation, and it did not come from a stranger or a brief acquaintance, but from someone who had known her for years. Police discovered that Jenny had been seeing an older man, and when they identified him, the age difference alone raised questions that could not be ignored. His name is David Hodgson. He was 45 years old, married, and the father of 2 daughters who had attended the same school as Jenny. He was not an outsider drifting through town. He was local, familiar, and woven into the same small community that had watched Jenny grow up. And that familiarity made the situation more complicated. Investigators learned that David had known Jenny since she was 14, and as they began to speak to people in her circle, the word that kept surfacing was grooming. The relationship had not begun openly or publicly. It had developed gradually, quietly, and in a way that blurred boundaries over time. When officers first approached David, he denied having any kind of sexual relationship with Jenny, presenting himself as nothing more than someone who knew her casually through family connections. However, under further questioning, he later admitted that he and Jenny had slept together 5 times, but he insisted that this had only happened after she turned 16, as though the timeline itself could neutralize the imbalance. Police did not accept that explanation at face value. The age gap was significant, the secrecy surrounding the relationship was troubling, and the fact that Jenny's parents had been unaware of the extent of it added another layer of concern. Officers were now looking at a situation where a 19-year-old who had vanished without warning had been involved with a man more than twice her age. But David also denied taking Jenny to the huts in Sandbeck Plantation. He said she had not been there before. He maintained that whatever relationship they had shared did not involve those makeshift shelters hidden in the trees. But when police sealed off the woodland close to his huts and began a systematic search, they found items that belonged unmistakably to Jenny, her teddy bear, and a portable stereo. Then 9 days after Jenny was last seen, David was brought in for questioning. He was asked about his relationship with her, about the nature of their contact, and about his movements on the night she disappeared. He denied harming her. He denied knowing where she was. He denied having any involvement in her disappearance beyond what he had already admitted about their past intimacy. Then, something happened that changed the tone of the case entirely. The very next day, Jenny's mobile phone switched back on. After days of silence, it suddenly transmitted life, and messages began to circulate. Messages that seemed to confirm that she was alive, that she had chosen to leave, and that everyone had been worrying unnecessarily. On paper, it looked like relief. But for detectives who had just finished questioning David Hodgson, the timing felt too precise to ignore. The first one went to her friend Jennifer. It read, "Hi Jen, tell Jake I am okay, no everyone's gonna be mad, tell them I am sorry. Living in Scotland with my boyfriend. Shitting meself, dad's gonna kill me, mum don't give a shit. Hope Nick didn't grass me up. Keeping phone of. Tell dad car jumps out of gear and stalls put it back in auction. Tell him I am sorry." Then another message followed, this time to Nicola, another friend. "Thoughta were grassing me up. Might be in trub with me. Dad told mum I was living, didn't give a shit. Been to Keswick camping was great. Ave to go Saya." And then came the message that landed hardest, sent directly to her father, and it did not soften its tone. "Why do you hate me? I know mum does. Told her I was going. I ain't coming back and the pigs won't find me. I am happy living up here. Everyone hates me and Rich only maid I got is Jack. TX'd you couple weeks, tell pigs I am nearly 20, ain't cumin back, they can shite off, she got me in this shit, it's her fault, not mine, get blamed for everything. I am sorry, okay, just had to leave, she's a bitch. No food in and always searching me room, eating me sweets, have to go, okay, I am very sorry, X." For a moment, those words did what they were meant to do. They created distance, and they created an explanation, and they allowed Anne to believe that her daughter was alive somewhere beyond the Scottish border, perhaps angry, perhaps reckless, but choosing to stay away. So Anne traveled to Carlisle because the phone data pointed there, and she searched, and then she traveled to Jedburgh when another signal placed the device near the border again. But Jenny was not in either place, and the hope that had come back to life began to thin. However, investigators were not reading the messages emotionally, they were reading them analytically, and when they laid them beside Jenny's previous texts, small fractures began to appear. She did not usually write "I am" in full, she wrote "I'm," and that contraction was consistent across her genuine messages. She had her own shorthand habits, and she often spelled certain words her own way, and yet here the spelling shifted, the rhythm changed, and even the spacing around numbers looked different. The grammar felt inconsistent, and the tone swung between apology and accusation in a way that did not sit comfortably with the way she normally spoke to friends. Individually, each difference seemed trivial, but together they formed a pattern that could not be dismissed. The messages sounded like Jenny, but they did not think like Jenny. Someone had tried to reproduce her voice, and although the attempt was detailed, it was not precise, and those small imperfections were enough to turn reassurance into suspicion. Someone was mimicking her, and the more detectives studied those lines, the clearer it became that the person behind them knew her well enough to imitate her, but not well enough to disappear inside her words. However, during the investigation, detectives examined every digital device inside the Nichol home, because when a young woman disappears, police do not assume anything. They test everything. They seized computers, reviewed internet histories, and looked for communications that might suggest conflict, coercion, or preparation to leave. And during that examination, something unrelated to Jenny's disappearance surfaced. Indecent images involving children were found on Brian Nichol's laptop. It was a serious discovery, and it was treated as such. He was later charged in connection with those images and admitted offenses relating to possession. The matter was dealt with in court, and he received a community-based sentence. It was damaging, humiliating, and deeply painful for the family, particularly given the timing. However, investigators were clear about one crucial point. There was no evidence linking those offenses to Jenny's disappearance or death.
Let's see if we can get a result now in a case that is fraught with emotion. That of 19-year-old Jenny Nichol. For 6 months now, her mum and dad in Yorkshire have been frantic to know what's become of her. And you must have been frantic when she just disappeared.
Well, I was. Nothing to suggest why she would disappear. She just didn't come home one night, and I didn't find her car until the Monday in the car park, as you just said.
She hadn't taken any money out of the bank, or she hadn't
Nope.
taken a passport or made any preparation?
Still there, money's still in the bank. There was no preparation for leaving home at all. She just didn't come back one evening.
Is that her teddy bear?
This is the teddy that her dad bought her on Christmas, and that went from the home maybe 2.5 months before she left.
So this is a replica, is it?
This is a replica, yeah.
With a little khaki suit on.
Absolutely,
If
yeah.
anybody's seen that, we want to know about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
D.I. Pete Martin, why have you come to Crime Watch on this now?
We received some new information which now suggests the answer to this investigation is very, very local.
Very, very local, to Richmond in Yorkshire?
To Richmond itself in Yorkshire, yes.
And yet there were text messages sent on Jenny's phone from Jedburgh and from Carlisle.
Yes, there were, and I believe those text messages were sent by somebody who was very close to Jenny, perhaps even a boyfriend, with the intention of creating a belief that Jenny's still alive, which I don't believe to be the case.
You think she was murdered?
Yes, I do.
So either the killer or perhaps an accomplice deliberately tried to set a false trail?
That's right, yes.
Do you know the whole network of Jenny's friends? I mean, I don't know if you know all the friends she had. Very few people do of teenage daughters. Did you know everybody who knew her?
No, Jenny is quite a deep person and kept a lot to herself. So no, I don't know who her was.
You know some. Presumably you now need to get a complete matrix of everybody.
We do, yes. We're keen to trace all Jenny's friends, and in particular to find out anybody amongst that circle of friends who visited the Carlisle and Jedburgh areas on the dates those messages were sent.
So far from this being a complete open mystery with nothing to go on, you've actually got quite a lot of pieces of this jigsaw puzzle already. Is that right?
We're just seeking the final piece now.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, well, if you can provide that final piece, if you have any information, call us here in the studio, or call the incident room, 01609 768 111.
Detectives then explored the possibility of her actually running away from home, because when a young adult disappears, police examine the family environment thoroughly before focusing elsewhere. They looked into Jenny's home life, they reviewed family interactions, they spoke to friends, they examined whether there was any documented history of violence, complaints, or prior reports that would support the idea that she was fleeing danger. They found none. There was no evidence that Jenny had packed belongings to start over. There was no bank activity suggesting preparation. She had prepaid for 10 tanning sessions and used only 2, which suggested she had expected to remain in town. Her passport had not been used, there were no travel bookings, no job applications elsewhere, no hidden savings account, and crucially, there was no independent evidence supporting the claim that she had been or driven out. And so detectives turned to someone who specialized in the one thing the killer had underestimated: language. Professor Malcolm Coulthard, a forensic linguist with experience analyzing disputed communications, was brought in to examine the texts and to measure patterns that most people never consciously notice. He was given 11 genuine messages that Jenny had sent before she disappeared, more than 100 messages written by David Hodgson, and the 3 key texts sent after Jenny had supposedly begun her new life in Scotland. He laid them side by side, looking at the structure, spelling, punctuation, rhythm, and habit, because writing, especially informal texting, carries fingerprints that are difficult to suppress. People repeat the same shortcuts, the same misspellings, the same grammatical shortcuts, and they do so instinctively. As he worked through the material, patterns began to emerge. David consistently spelled might as might, and that was not a common error, but a habitual one. He regularly dropped apostrophes where they would normally appear, and he misspelled simple words such as off, sometimes shortening them or altering them in a way that became characteristic. Those features, when isolated, might have meant nothing. However, when the disputed messages were examined, the same quirks surfaced. The same dropped apostrophes appeared. The same unconventional spelling of might showed up. The same structural habits crept into sentences that were meant to sound like Jenny. Coulthard was careful in his conclusions, and he did not overreach. He said he could not state definitively that David Hodgson had written the messages because linguistic analysis does not operate in absolutes, but he explained that David shared a significant number of the same distinctive features found in the texts, and that this placed him within a very small group of possible authors. Meanwhile, investigators were not relying on language alone. They examined David's movements during the days the messages were sent, and that inquiry led to another discovery that narrowed the field even further. car rental records showed that David had hired vehicles on July 9th and again on July 14th, which were the exact days the texts had been transmitted. The recorded mileage on those cars matched the approximate round-trip distances from Richmond to Carlisle and from Richmond to Jedburgh, the very areas where the phone signals had originated. So the narrative that had once suggested a rebellious teenager starting over in Scotland began to fall under the weight of detail. By January 17, 2006, the investigation had moved from suspicion to action, and officers arrested both David Hodgson and his older brother Robert in connection with Jenny's disappearance. However, Robert was later released without charge, and although that development removed one name from the immediate frame, it did not weaken the focus on David. He was released on bail pending further inquiries, but the scrutiny did not ease, and the case continued to build quietly. Months passed as investigators refined the evidence, and in May 2007, David Hodgson was formally charged with Jenny Nichols' murder. It was a significant step, not least because there was still no body, no confirmed crime scene, and no physical discovery that could anchor the charge in the traditional way juries often expect. The prosecution, however, believed the evidence was sufficient, and when the case came before Teesside Crown Court in January 2008, the trial began in earnest. It lasted 5 weeks, and during that time, the court heard not only about Jenny's disappearance, but about the nature of her relationship with David, the timing of the text messages, the linguistic analysis, and the car hire records that placed him traveling to the very areas from which those messages had been sent. The defense attempted to redirect the narrative, arguing that Jenny had run away and that tension at home had pushed her to leave voluntarily. They suggested she had wanted a new life, and they implied that her father had been abusive, framing her disappearance as a personal decision rather than a crime. However, that claim did not withstand scrutiny. Mr. Justice Openshaw later stated there was not the slightest shred of supporting evidence to back the suggestion of, and the court heard nothing concrete that substantiated the idea that Jenny had planned to abandon her life. Meanwhile, the prosecution laid out a different theory, one grounded not in speculation but in motive and sequence. They argued that David had been jealous, that Jenny had grown closer to his older brother Robert, and that this shift in attention had unsettled him deeply. They described him as possessive, unable to accept that the relationship had changed, and they contended that on the night Jenny disappeared, he killed her and then disposed of her body somewhere in the surrounding countryside, choosing a location that would be difficult to search and even harder to prove. After the evidence was heard and the arguments concluded, the jury retired to deliberate. They were out for 10 hours, weighing a case built without a body, but anchored in patterns, timing, and behavior. In February 2008, they returned with a unanimous verdict: guilty. David Hodgson was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 18 years before he could be considered for parole. In delivering the sentence, Mr. Justice Openshaw said that the evidence against him was entirely overwhelming, and he observed that there had been no remorse shown throughout the proceedings. He further noted that by concealing Jenny's body and refusing to reveal its location, David had prolonged the suffering of her family, extending their grief beyond the courtroom and into every year that followed. The conviction brought legal closure, but it did not bring Jenny home, and that absence would continue to define everything that came after. But David Hodgson never admitted guilt, and he never revealed where Jenny's body was, and that silence became its own form of punishment for her family. However, despite the anguish, Anne and Brian made a decision that surprised many people. They refused to ask David where Jenny was. They would not beg him, and they would not grant him the power of being the only person who could relieve their suffering. If he chose to speak, that would be his decision, but they would not give him control over their grief. Years passed, and the broader justice system began to confront cases like Jenny's more directly. Campaigns led by other families, particularly the family of Helen McCourt, pushed for reform so that offenders who refused to disclose the location of their victims' remains could not benefit from that silence during parole reviews. The result was legislation widely known as Helen's Law, which required the parole board to take into account an offender's failure to reveal information about a victim's body when considering release. By the time the law came into effect, it carried Jenny's story within it, because her case had become one of the examples cited in discussions about concealment and prolonged suffering. When David Hodgson became eligible to seek parole, his continued refusal to admit guilt or disclose Jenny's whereabouts weighed heavily against him, and his attempts at early release failed. He remained in prison, and the legal system acknowledged that silence in this context was not neutral, but consequential. Yet despite those legal developments, one truth did not change. Jenny remained missing. Jenny's body has never been recovered, and her family still has no grave to visit. Somewhere in the North Yorkshire countryside, beneath soil that has shifted with seasons and years, there is still a secret buried, and it is a secret that one man continues to keep. And that brings us to the end of this case. What are your thoughts on this case? Let us know in the comments. If this story shook you, there's more on the channel that dives into cases just as haunting. Don't forget to subscribe, hit that like button, and share this video. It helps keep these stories from being forgotten. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.